Hello, everybody, and welcome to Born No Travel Required SuperCon Day 2. How's Denise doing?
Trying to rethink some of this for next time. so,
Yeah, we will.
uh,
We may
yeah,
have to
well,
shorten, give everybody a 30-minute talk-in deal, you know.
yeah, the postmortem is where we'll do that, and we'll talk to everybody and figure out, hey, what worked, what didn't work, and
Right.
but
And tonight, folks, I want everybody sharing this show out. Get on there and share it out everywhere because we got a great, great lineup tonight.
yeah, we do, and it, to be honest, it is a lot of work to put together speakers and trying to figure out all the good stuff they have to offer.
Right.
You know, who is going to be, what's the best mix? It's like making popcorn. What's the best mix of popcorn? How are we going to put this together and get it all going? And so far, last night went really good. We didn't have any major issues. And when we did, we took care of it.
We took care of it.
Yeah. And if we had been in a real Paracon setting, we would have probably solved the situation the same way. There'd have been somebody around that we could have contacted that was there and pulled them up on stage, and they could have done it just like she did on the fly. So thank you, Cheryl Ann Elliott Fletcher, for being our on the fly person. You did a great job.
Right. Well, that's kind of like when you was on the other show,
Mm-hmm.
and I was waiting for David
Mm-hmm.
to come on. Right. Well, David came on right at the very last minute and everything, and I told folks if they didn't, we'll come up with something. If I got to do spirit box and echo box and all this like I used to do on the radio show.
Oh, yeah.
And
We'll find a way.
everybody in there was going, yeah, that'd be fabulous. That'd be great. And about that time, David popped in, and I said, well, you don't get to see me do that on this one.
Yeah. I mean, it would have probably been, if I hadn't already booked David for that time, we probably could have said, hey, let's cross pollinate this stuff, and we can do both.
That's what we ought to do on a Tuesday night show. Just do
Yeah.
Xbox.
We
Do
need
echo
to
box
do
one
that.
night?
The echo box, the dowsing rods, the spirit box, like
Have
I
Gary
used to
come
do
over.
on there. Because it started answering questions in the chat room.
Right. And, we haven't done that in a little while. Probably,
Yeah, it's been a while.
well, at least 8 months.
Yeah, we may have to do that on one of the Tuesday nights. Actually, that would be a good test right there, Ron, where we used to do dueling echo boxes.
Yep.
Now we'll see if they'll do dueling virtual echo box. Hey, may come up
and
with
just
a
so you
new
know,
experiment.
he's
I'm right here. I'm
he.
sitting in the other chair behind
I
you.
know.
You can't see him. There you go.
Yeah, he's behind you. I know.
Yeah, he's there somewhere. I can't even see him.
Watching some sorry football games right here.
But
Yeah.
anyway, folks, this whole SuperCon, this Paracon that we're putting on virtual, is brought to you by the Billerites Network and Paranormal Pride and the veterans of all this network. And it's for veterans.
And speaking of that, we've got some couple charities we're going to be highlighting here. The Veterans Community Project, www.veteranscommunityproject.org. There's 6 of them. 3 are under construction. 1 is right here in Kansas City. I've been giving for quite a while through my paycheck. We have a payroll deduction, and they just did Giving Tuesday. And so anything that we gave, they were matching 3 times. So a triple. So give $5, they get 20. So I gave some money, and they got quite a bit of money from it. And since it's a smaller charity, guess what? They love anything. Anything that you can give is great. And if you do work for a corporation, find out about matching gifts. It helps a lot. So that's one of the charities that we're highlighting today. And let me see if I can find the thing to. And the other charities that we're highlighting is the Veterans Haven of Honor, and it's veteranshavenofhonor.com. We also got the veteranscrisisline.net on here. So dial 988 and then press 1 if you need to talk to someone, because, everybody needs help sometimes, and don't be afraid to ask. And we're also highlighting the Washington County Historical Society out of Oklahoma. And that website is www.wchs-ok.org. And we have a link up there for PayPal for you to donate. So if you need that link, please let me know. I'll be putting it in the chat room later on. Mm-hmm. And so please, if you have any questions about the charities or what they represent, please let me know. Right. And Linda, B, capital B, little O, capital R, capital N, stands for Bill of Rights Network.
Right. And that's where we're live at on the Bill of Rights Network on Facebook. We're also live on Things Network's Facebook page, and also over on the Japan Paranormal Facebook page. So welcome everybody over there in Japan and the areas around that are on that Facebook page.
Yeah, we're also live on the Paranormal Pride Facebook page, as well as the Paranormal Pride YouTube page, the Born TV on YouTube, and we're also on Born Twitter. And let's add in, we're also live on actual StreamYard in their webinar area. So we're everywhere. And while we're nowhere, we're everywhere.
That's right.
So.
And Tom, you said, sitting here watching you, wait, I have seen this dude before. I saw you on another network. Do you remember? It was probably on Things Network where you see me on 13th Dimension or Supernatural Talk, where you've seen me before. So, but anyway, and we have another one. Let me pull this one up that will play. Another veteran.
At the time Will Rondas was falling apart, I answered the call. I left and you called me a hero. When I returned, you didn't care. Now you treat me as an outcast? 22. That's how many of my brothers and sisters die each day. 22. Every day I struggle with my demons. Every day is a war that I feel I'm losing. Every day I wonder if I'll be number 22. I fought so you could keep your freedom. The least you could do is acknowledge my existence.
That looks rich.
So that's where you can go find Santiago's book. Just go to Amazon and type his name in, and he's got 2 or 3 books on there.
Yeah, and you may recognize him from The Walking Dead. I never saw The Walking Dead. Like I told you last night, I didn't know who he was when I met him in Mattoon, Illinois.
Right.
Just a very nice guy. He shows up at paranormal conferences all over the place, and he's always there to help veterans. And what we should have found, when he said 22, it made me think of another veteran friend of mine who did a video on the 22 a day, and that was Rick Rose, who's now passed.
Right.
And he was huge into helping veterans because of his experience with veterans.
Right. With PTSD and everything like that. That's what Santiago helps veterans and does a lot of stuff. And like I said, you can see him in Walking Dead season 4. He's in there, one of the prisoners at the prison.
He's always doing all kinds of stuff to help veterans. And
he's got stuff. And in the process, this book, A Veteran's Homecoming, is in the process of a movie being made about it.
I know he's always doing something with TV. He's always busy. I've never seen him not busy.
Right. And next week, probably Wednesday, you'll start seeing him live on the Billerites Network at 2 p.m. Central Time in the afternoons. So
Well, I
we're
can't
getting
wait
that all
to.
set up.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear all of his positive messages because they're always positive.
You can find a lot of his motivational messages over on Spotify
Mhm.
and what's the other? Anchor FM.
Yep. We're all part of the Haya Nation.
Yes, and the Haya Nation. If you haven't ever watched his video, if you can sit there for that entire hour and not laugh, I would be totally shocked.
Yep. Yep.
He's
His
got a
Haya.
mouth. He's got a mouth on him.
Oh yeah.
So, but the way he presents himself, and right now with Santa Claus
Mm-hmm.
on there that he does, is hilarious as all get out.
Yeah. Like I said, I have nothing but good things to say about Santiago Cirillo. He is such a nice guy.
Yeah.
So,
I found him on Facebook one day and everything, and I'm always watching his live deal, and we've video talked back and forth, and yeah, he's an amazing person. Really amazing.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff he does is on his own dime.
Yeah.
And
he told me about a lot of that. And and you think, he's been in TV shows, he's got the money and everything. No, a lot of them don't make that much money doing that. So right now he's working at UPS in the evenings, and he was live in a Santa Claus suit going into UPS last night.
Well, you know what? He's also done Uber. He's also been doing Uber driving or Lyft. I don't know which one it was. Doing whatever he could to make the ends meet during COVID. I remember that. And he was there in Nashville during the tornadoes that hit and everything else. He is everywhere all the time. And so, guys, just make sure that when you're listening to him in the afternoons, that it's you, not a bunch of kids, just in case.
Yeah, but I can also say, if your kid is having problems and troubled, they might want to listen to it. I'm not saying little bitty kids. I'm talking teenagers.
Teenagers are different. They've heard everything, and they actually use that language.
I know it.
So if they're already using the language, don't worry about it. Let them hear it.
Right.
It's not like X-ray.
He brings the point out, and the nice thing about it is Santiago will tell you right off the bat, send him a message, and he will talk to you.
Not me. He won't talk to me.
He talks to me every once in a while.
I'm kidding. Like I said, he was the one that decided he had to take my picture, not me saying, "Hey, take my picture." So he's a nice guy. I really like him, and I think that he's going to be a great addition to the network. And
hello to the Spook Show Film Fest. Awesome.
Spook Show. Is that? I want. You know what? That's funny. I'm part of that. Of the Spook Show Con thing in Illinois with Tom.
Yeah, this is a Spook Show Film Fest.
Right, because we were supposed to have a film festival with it too, and it didn't happen.
Oh.
So
well,
I don't know who you are, but welcome to the show, and hopefully our virtual tour will begin anytime now.
Yeah, we're waiting for him to get down in the green room.
What I've got is almost to the location. Will be on time at 5:15, and that was at 5 o'clock. So, like I said, if we didn't have, what would we do if there weren't wrenches to throw in that?
Hey, we've always got something stored away that we can bring on and do for you.
Yeah, we can.
I mean, yesterday, if you was in behind the scenes of everything that went on 10 minutes before the show, you'd understand what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, oh good. Here we go.
Hey,
right on time.
Yep, right on time. That's what she said. 5:15. So we can't hear you. Just a second.
Wait a second, Candy.
Yeah, we're gonna introduce you. So we're gonna introduce you guys to in Rock Island, Illinois, we're doing a virtual tour of the haunted YMCA there. And so we have a bunch of people that are there tonight, people you may recognize from our network as well as some other people that have been on our network. But we're going to be getting a virtual tour of this haunted location, and hopefully very soon, because
All Out Paranormal. We'll be bringing it up just as soon as she gets her device hooked back up.
I just hope that they have. I don't know if there's heat in the building, if there's Wi-Fi in the building.
Oh yeah, there is. There's 2 locations because Aaron G. Thompson was there doing a live, and he showed the locations where the internet's not that good that night.
Oh, okay.
He actually did it on Rex's All Out Paranormal show.
Oh. So we've been highlighting this location apparently all week. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can get this started now. So I hope you guys enjoy. Hi, guys.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me.
All right. So there you go. Have fun.
Look cold.
How do we switch the camera around from the front back facing?
Yeah, we'll just turn it around when we're walking. Anyway, I'm here at the YMCA in Rock Island, Viner Furniture. We've got Lisa herself. She will be going around with a tour with us. I will introduce the rest of my team. Candy, Stacy, and Derek.
Well,
They are official members of All Out Paranormal now. So we're gonna. You want to walk in front so we
With the
can?
lights on up there?
Yeah. I won't be joining.
Is there
you.
a way to flip the camera
No.
around?
Just leave it. Just flip the.
It should be facing front. It's a camera 2, comma. Is it that?
Give it a try. There we go. All right.
Oh, cool. Where are we
good
going?
to go?
Following you.
Are you coming, Madison, or are you staying? Thanks. All right, where would you like to go?
You're showing them the building.
All right.
Yeah. Go. Sorry, guys.
What were we doing?
Okay.
We'll try that.
Do you want to tell them a little history about the building, Lisa?
Building was built in 1912 as a YMCA. Completed in 1913. When it was completed, the 4th floor was not completed for a few years. That was man. What? Had nowhere to go. Had a sleeping room. And some rooms would hold 2 to 3 men at a time. It was built during the reign of John Looney, a gangster from this area. And this is the trunk room where they used to store trunks. And it's rumored that they used to abuse women also in this room. It's an interesting room. And she'll talk to you all the time. We'll go upstairs. We'll go up the back stairway. This is the trunk elevator shaft where they used to bring the trunks up. We'll go up to the 3rd floor. I used to like it. Like yourself.
Is this one, Lisa, the one that was the track through there?
Yes, that door will take you to the money track. There's no lights. We'll look at it when we go downstairs real quick. This is the 3rd floor. So this shows you sleeping rooms on this floor. The doors have been converted, but this would be a typical room. There you go. Just the 4 walls, 1 window. Move up to the 4th floor. As you can see, it's a pretty long hallway. About 40 rooms per floor. Never much of an old school. Mm-hmm. Better from the top. 4th floor is where the men, if you didn't smoke, you got your choice of floors. 4th floor were the smokers. And we want to have your men on parole. This would be like a halfway house for them. These rooms are more in line with the original doors and transom. There's some pretty interesting things that happen up here. What are some of the things that happen up here? Oh, you know, like, what is this close? People get run through with a spirit. 424? Yeah, Rex, yes, he's not too nice sometimes. Oh. He can run. It's cold in here. It's really cold. Well, it depends. It is really cold outside. Then we have down here, when you go down to the short hall. Right, open up this door. This one, Nick from 28 Days Haunted. This is the floor. He loves this 4th floor. He loves this hallway because he sees men peeking out of the doorways. Like, I just saw something in that bathroom right there. Which door is the bathroom? Right there to the left. The first one to the left. This here to the left. Uh-huh. Can you describe what you saw? Oh, just like something flashed right there. It's interesting. Down here, room 431 is where a participant was attacked and then he ended up crying in the parking lot. That was a fun night. He wouldn't come back. Crying like a baby. We have a portal up here. It's a portal for the old inhabitants that travel through. Next protection. It's around the corner. If you go in there and go around the corner, there's a portal. A transient portal. That's what it's called, a transient portal. Normal. Did you hear that? Yes, I did. That's why I stopped. I got real super still. What?
Something just moved over here. Anybody out there watching, if you heard or saw anything on the video, can you let us know? Because we just heard something moving over here to the left.
Oh, like wood scraping on the floor? I don't know what it was.
Like something moving and
it just stopped. That's why I froze up suddenly to make sure, like, okay, it's not me pivoting on my toes. Well, I know I don't have rats, so we're good there. Okay. That's good to know. Pull out rodents. Yeah. Okay. Let's down in the running track.
yeah, let's do that.
Okay, great. At 50,000 square feet.
Lisa, while we're up here, can we show them the room down at this end where mediums have seen the beat up man?
Oh. They're swinging. These were swinging. They still are swinging. You see them? Yeah, but maybe there's a breeze blowing through. Well, it's definitely cold here. Yeah. Yeah, those did not for the
What's that?
those did not want to work for what they were intended.
There's a room right up here that Lisa's going to show us that different mediums that have come to the building have seen a gentleman that was beat up in here. And I'll let Lisa tell you the story because she probably knows it a little better than I do.
That he saw something he probably shouldn't have seen, and the gentleman who did it, like a murder, beat the tar out of him. And anytime mediums come here and try to talk to him, henchmen show up in the doorway to keep him quiet.
Oops. Yep.
And there's creepers in there too. Candy got grandpa.
Yeah, and punched by Mr. Rooney.
Yeah. Yeah, we have Hat Man here. He prefers to call him Hat. That's his name now.
Hat.
Woo! Scary. That's where the pipes used to run through the wall. There's a wasp nest up there.
Oh, this here?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Or a mud dog, or one of the two. Cool original light.
I was just looking at that. She was just pointing out the original light fixture from when this was one of the rooms. That is.
That's in the next room. Yeah, I'm not that interested in it.
That's your bitch. So, can you tell me what is with this room here? I noticed when I came by that there was a bit of an odor that kind of permeated from this area. I don't know.
She's got some old stuff in it. And these two friends.
Hey! These are interesting little dolls.
I'm waiting for them to end up in the hallway one day.
Yep. Just one day. So the oh wow. My mom loves that.
Elvis.
She loves the items here are just left behind from people who had their things in storage.
Yeah, this is my brother's unit.
Oh. Aw, were those your brothers? Elvis's pictures too?
Oh, I don't know. It could be my mother's, my brother's, my sister. I don't know.
So family.
Yeah. Don't worry, he's still around. I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him.
Yes. So what was the last renovation that was made to the building, Lisa?
Well, you know, after I left in 1977, U-Haul bought it. And they rewired the building and filled the first floor with double-decker storage units. And when we bought the building, we bought it in 1994. And then we tear out all those units, replace all the roofs, fill them up over the swimming pool.
So you did all of that handwork. You and your husband did all of that.
Yeah.
Manually from by yourself. That's impressive.
Yeah, we rebuilt all the windows on the main floor.
That is a labor of love for sure.
Then I killed him.
And then, so now we're going down to the basement.
Yeah, but we're going to
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no problem. No problem. We're going to tap into the agenda from glasses up here. Here is this
When
one.
Maddie was with me.
It's always with it. This is the old gymnasium. There's still pieces of the old floor right there.
Oh, wow.
The rest was rotted out, so that's all that was left.
So this was the original
The original
gym floor.
Oh, look, you can see like all the markings.
Yeah.
How cool is that? It's just,
Go out here.
And
Go down the other way.
Oh. Woo! Temperature changes.
There's the running craft. And there's always one or two spirits standing on there watching people. No one can go on it, but cool to look at.
It is. Wow. So was the where was the swimming pool in relation to the running track?
Below your feet.
Right below our feet. So this was the pool right here.
No, the pool was over here.
Okay.
That was the men's locker room, and then that was just part of the basement. We built the driveway.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking originally when I came in, this was the pool because of how it was graded.
Oh, yeah, no, we built that.
Did you hear that? I did not. I did not hear that.
What did you?
Knocking.
Knocking.
There's lots of stuff out here.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead. You're above the swimming pool right now. This whole room was above the swimming pool. The next three rooms are the upper half of the racquetball courts. My husband would break through a wall and put build storage units downstairs and put a floor up here. Wow, so much work.
So then this part that we're in with the like the front lobby, the entrance of
That is the boys' locker room. This would be the main lobby. My desk is right around where the desk was. Over here, down there would be the reading room, but they also used it for pool, dances. They love to play music.
What kind of music would that be, like 20s?
20s,
20s,
30s,
30s.
40s. Madison. This is Madison from Madison Paranormal. This is her event this evening. She's going to come with us downstairs now. Yeah, well,
Yeah, come on. I remember I had my first tour here from you.
we're just going to do downstairs real quick. And then
So Madison, if you can kind of take the reins, let us know where are we heading? Side from down. Like what were the different rooms in the basement?
this was the men's locker room. And then over here. Oh, wow.
Is this climbable? Is it safe?
Oh, okay. So upstairs. I heard something on the floor upstairs before. Oh. Huh, okay.
That's true.
It'll be fun.
So originally, where did that stairway go?
Right upstairs,
Just one floor.
one floor.
Okay.
Yep, there used to be, back here where we're gonna go into this boys locker room. And there used to be a spiral staircase in the corner that would go up to the gym. Then on the running track, when it was built, there was a fireman's pole in the corner. Of course, all that was ripped out, but it would have been fun. So this was the boys' locker room. We usually get a lot of activity in here. What is it name? Well, right over here in the corner is the alley. This door would go out to the alley. And that is where they used to bring women in. Because it used to be right there. So that's also no one would see what they were doing. So they were coming down the back. So you take out that bodies. Here, I apologize, I forgot to turn the lights on. Oops, put you in the dark there for a minute. All right, you're just gonna have to use your flashlight on this part then. So this is part of the locker room. Do we want to?
Yes, please.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Any color. Green or red, either one is fine.
And here, again, I let me run up, turn on my lights.
No, we're okay.
This is the swimming pool. We're on top of the swimming pool right now.
Where's it at? I know Madison showed me the first time I was here. Is that where the diving board was?
Right here's the diving board, right here's where the drain was. So there's your diving board. Down at that end is the shallow end, this is the deep end, and there is a portal at the far end.
Do you know if there's ever been any drownings in the pool?
One drowning of a child, but he didn't drown. He drowned, they revived him, then they took him to the hospital, and he did die of pneumonia within a couple days. That's the only one that was that you that hit me. So
Do we want to walk down here? Because we have 20 minutes yet.
Let's take a walk down.
So down there, these are the storage units that you built?
Yes, my husband built them. You stand in this hallway, you can always hear activity at either end.
Okay.
And
It gets very narrow. If you can take a look and see, I'm about 5'6.5", and this is the only place where I can stand where I can bump my head.
so this is a portal. Here. That's a portal right there where you're standing. That's somebody walking upstairs. Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
And this is the shower. Yes, you're in the shower. And the little boy that drowned thought he was jumping into the shower. Jumped into the peak and then hit his head and got hurt back. Then they came and found him. Well, I guess if you have a little time, I guess we could show you the boiler room.
That would be
Leave you there while I turn on the light. How about that?
That works? Oh, sorry. You're good.
Madison's dad had something grown in this hallway.
Recently, or
Oh, it was a couple of years ago.
I was waiting for you to say, yeah, earlier tonight.
Aaron, last week, because something kicked him in the back of the heel, up in the front room.
Can we get closer so it'll maybe show up on? Ah, there we go.
One on the left is your original fire boiler. One on the right, electric. If you look at the ceiling on black, you can tell how bad it must be. That's how much time hard to the
This one.
concrete on the right part of it. And usually there's things behind those wires, so no, there's the yeah. This is the Just saying, I'm sure there was a coal chute over across the road. We did find a raccoon skull right there.
Oh.
Madison. I suppose we could go and look at the chair room first, and then you're out.
We're good.
So this area here, the water, like that. That's the pit, so you probably would have had equipment for the pool there. Now it's just got a valve to shut it off so it doesn't spew sewage into my basement. You know, like it did a couple. Go ahead and head out there. You can walk over and show them the fireplace. Right.
And this would be where the original fireplace was.
I don't think I
Well, we got Madison here. Why don't you, can you share with somebody, like everybody, your most memorable experience here?
Oh, well, I don't know. There's been a lot of them, personally.
When did you start exploring this building? Because I've been here 3 times now, and I've seen your personal touches kind of throughout every area of the building. So how long, first of all, if you don't mind me sharing, how old are you now?
I'm 50.
When did you start exploring this place?
It's like 12, isn't it?
I think so.
12 and 12 was David 10?
No, it's 12.
Yeah.
So 3 years. And in your 3 years, again, as Candy said, like, what was the experience that jumped out at you?
I mean, like, I've seen things, heard things. Like, there's been a lot that's happened. Like, I can't just choose one type of thing.
Is there a floor that's more active than others, in your opinion?
I'd say it kind of just depends on the night.
Okay. Yeah.
Usually people stay away from 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty creepy. Okay. All right. And what other places have you explored, and what draws you to the YMCA repeatedly?
Well, personally, Lisa. Like, she keeps me coming back. She's literally like a mom to me. Like, you don't understand.
Well, I come here for the summers.
That's because I do. Of course you do.
I mean, I guess. It's not like the place is haunted or anything. You know?
Yeah, we played a little bit. Usually we just do our own thing.
For people out there, Lisa, who are interested in booking your location, what's the best way for them to get a hold of you?
Honestly, if you go to Haunted YMCA Rock Island Facebook page, you can message me there. Easiest way to do it. You can call me at the store from 10 to 4, Monday through Saturday. And that's just 309-788-8888.
And you're open year round,
Yes.
and you do allow overnights?
Overnight's all you want.
Special days of the week, or?
Whatever day you want. I'm open all the time. We're always open. Beautiful. It's like a hotel.
Yeah.
There's that is.
Taking us around and showing us the building.
We're gonna go up to the chair room.
Yep.
I think she said, yeah.
See if anyone else has any questions too, if they want us to go anywhere.
What was this room straight ahead?
Oh, this was probably a shower room. Straight back would be a door to the pool.
Okay.
So, judging by the tile, it was more of just a shower room. Oh, there's light. Oh, that switch. You can leave that one open because we're going to travel through it anyway. Pretty cool.
Very.
All right, we'll go up to the chair room. You two go first.
Okay.
What? Don't need your flashlight. This stairwell only goes up to the 2nd floor. And this is where they would have had classrooms. This is a classroom. What we have, there's some nasty things in here. There's a teacher that's in here. That's look like men. So better watch it. No man can. I wasn't going to try. You have to call the fire department to get me out. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Come over here. somewhere hiding. So I could see it there. All right. Somebody's workstation. This room, you can hear outside, but we get a lot of activity in here too. We also get with menus to try and trick your nerves. Just an amateur.
We got 10 minutes. I guess we can go back down and talk to Rex and let Rex do some talking.
You can talk to Rex. That would be
That
better.
works?
Rex has got that nice food for you.
Denise, do you or Carl have any questions? Or is there anything you'd like to see again? Or
No, you guys did a great job. Really excited to get up there and check it out ourselves.
oh, definitely.
So
Oh, the back. Okay, we're gonna take you back.
Do you know what the price is for the overnight investigation?
I would have to, Lisa. What they're asking, people are interested. What is the rate? The rates for an overnight?
$300 for the first 8 people and $25 per person after. Public events are a little different pricing structure.
Did you catch that?
I heard $300 for the first what?
8 people,
Okay, and then $25 each after.
you are correct.
Okay.
And you can have it from 5 p.m. until 9 a.m.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
That's
And I'm happy to see that there's heat and electricity.
There's electricity on every floor. There is not heat. We have heat on the main level, but that shuts off at 5.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know.
At 5.
Okay, you just bring your jammies.
Okay. And there are restrooms, right?
Yes, and I have a refrigerator and a microwave.
As long as there's outlets, we can cook.
Yeah.
All the accommodations from home.
I got
That's from
I got
home.
that all covered.
All righty, sounds good. Take them back and show
We'll
that
do
one.
that.
And that one is where spirits from outside travel through.
How did they discover that this was haunted?
She just stepped out because the event that's getting ready to happen here tonight, people are arriving, so she went to greet guests.
Yes,
I'm
we have to do
not
that.
100% sure, so I don't want to.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
if you can find out when the very first investigation was ever done there.
Okay, we can ask her. Okay.
Well, thank you so much for giving us a tour. This was
Oh,
very
thank
nice.
you.
And at least it's a place that a lot of people have not been to.
or
Yeah,
heard of.
it's one of those diamonds in the rough that a lot of people don't know about, but once you come here, you'll keep coming back because we've never not had an active night.
What all's the you've talked about activity. What's
Uh-huh.
been the strongest activity that you guys have had there?
Oh God, they've had people touched. Like she said, there was a gentleman on the 4th floor. He came in one evening. Trying to turn the camera back around here. He did not believe in the paranormal. He was making fun of the spirits. He was basically taking a plunger, being inappropriate with it, and making fun of the spirits. He ended up on the 4th floor, got thrown up against a wall. He was up there by himself, thrown against the wall, came down crying, said he was thrown against the wall, blacked out, and yeah, he spent the rest of the night out in the parking lot crying.
Oh, well,
Well, now he's a believer.
Yeah.
Well, provocation has has its pros and cons.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Actually, here he comes.
is it the guy who is started?
Okay.
Or is it Rex?
In 2017 is what Lisa said was the first haunting that they documented, first investigation.
Okay.
Not back in 16.
5 years ago.
And who was the group that did the first investigation there?
Did she say who the group was? She didn't say.
Okay.
Uh,
Just thought I'd ask.
Wasn't us.
You weren't in that good yet, huh?
No, not quite. But shortly after that, it was. Because I think this is my 27th time here to investigate. I'm pretty sure that's what the number's at.
So does it get more active the more that you're there, as familiarity is there?
Yeah, actually, it has. But it's funny because we'll come here and it's not the same feeling. When last time we were here, the place felt like it was battling itself and didn't want to. It was such a weird feeling, like it was being all twisted. And to tell you the truth, it was a difficult night. We ended up calling the whole thing early because of some of the stuff that was going on.
I've never had to do that.
I won't say anything because it was individual that was with us, but things went south.
Oh.
Okay.
And we called it. I said, no, because it wasn't cooperating. This building, the spirits in it were not cooperating. Something was wrong. And it wasn't anything we did. It was before we got here. Because, man, as soon as I hit that door, I'm going, there's something wrong
All
here.
of us looked at each other and said, the energy's different. Something's off.
And I couldn't.
You can tell.
The only thing I can say is it was twisted. It was battling itself in here. And we were getting in the way.
Now, when
That's
you
what
mean
I felt.
battling itself, you mean battling between good and evil?
That's what I took it as.
Could have been
Okay.
spirits in there fighting each other.
And it could have been somebody's
Brought their own
aura was
Yep.
fighting-
Somebody's spirit they brought in with them, too, could have been fighting with it.
Yep. And somebody might not have been in the right headspace to be in an investigation.
Right.
Right.
I know a lot of people don't think about that if you're in a bad place, a paranormal investigation is not a place you need to be.
No.
Needless to say, we were not here long.
Wow.
Because that's like anybody, if they're doing it right.
Has that
Anything
person,
like
has that person ever came back and investigated there?
not so far. I'm hoping, but that's a decision on them, you know.
Right.
Tonight.
Right. Is it
Happening
be-
tonight.
Oh, it could be possibly tonight. I just found out.
Oh,
So
well, that would be
That-
interesting to find out if that happens again.
right.
And then you have to check out that person's, the mood they're in, their attitude, their mind's in, and everything.
And what else is going on in their life right now that's causing this imbalance?
If she's here, good, because I'm going to talk to her when she's coming, or the family, I guess. If they're going to be here, I'm going to talk to them beforehand and see if everything's in a straight line.
Right.
Just makes me wonder if it's somebody I know.
Now, do you
No.
have
No, it isn't, Denise.
Are you sure?
Positive
have
she's
a-
Yeah.
into the paranormal.
Haven't you figured? Well, at this point, I seem to know everybody.
right? But do you have a medium there with you? That
Oh,
can-
yeah.
That can help and
Yep.
see what's around them and what they bring in.
Yeah, we've got 4.
Okay.
Wow, that's going to be very busy.
Yeah.
You're going to have a lot of people going, they went that away. Did you look here?
That'd be interesting if you got 4 mediums there and all 4 of them see something. Document, and I know you're an artist. Get with them to tell you what they saw where you can scribble it real quick.
Sure.
And that would make, because, see, we already know that you put different mediums in a different place, the spirits show them in different forms.
Right.
And that would be an interesting experiment to do.
And I think there's going to be like one with every group. We're not going to be piled on top of each other.
We're all going to be throughout the building.
Good. That'll be good for the participants.
Yes.
Definitely for
How many
us.
people you got coming tonight?
Okay, well, thank you guys so much. Have fun with your event, and we'll see you back here around 10 o'clock when you guys go live on your investigation.
And we'll be on the panel.
Oh, okay.
I'll be looking forward to you guys at 9 o'clock then.
Yep, we'll be on the panel.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Have a good
You
night.
bet. Thanks, everybody.
Night.
Night.
Well, everyone, I hope you really enjoyed the tour at the Haunted YMCA Rock Island. So check that out on Facebook, and you'll find out a lot more stuff about it. I mean, 1912, isn't that when they said it was open? 1912, 1910?
Yeah, something like that.
So right around the same time as the Villisca axe murders. Maybe the axe murderers stayed there at the Y.
It could have been. That place has been a lot of different businesses, we'll say it that way, through its lifetime, right?
Yep.
And everything. Now, they did say at one time that was a funeral home too, right?
Yes.
Now, wasn't that downstairs where they walked in? Their video was cutting up where I couldn't hear them.
In the basement, yeah.
That's
Basement
where they did cremations. Those ovens were set up for cremations.
Right. But, I wonder if anybody was cremated that wasn't, I hate to say that somebody didn't do their homework, because, we know that there was a sleeping sickness going around in the, 1800s.
Right.
Did it come back? I mean, we still have a sleeping sickness. The African sleeping sickness still happens. And
imagine what they would have done back there, we'll say 1920 or whenever the funeral home was there. Somebody had sleeping paralysis and you put them on the table to put them in there, shut the door and fired it up. And just a minute later or whatever, you hear screams. It'd be too late to bring them out.
it is. They're already burned.
Yeah, they're already, flesh is burning and everything. Oh man, you talking about somebody to have
A horrible death.
Oh,
Yeah.
their mind would be totally done.
Oh yeah, it had been fried.
Yeah,
That would be sad.
that would definitely cause a haunting, right there.
Yeah.
Somebody burned me alive.
The thing is everybody, if you're listening, we're not saying that happened. We're
No.
just saying, what if it did happen? So, yeah. Well, like Ron said, we can start the rumor, but we don't want to start a rumor.
Yeah, we're not starting no rumor and ever. It's just something that you got to think about when you look at things like that and the sleeping sickness and stuff. Why do you think years ago when they buried a person, they had a string with a bell on it?
Yeah.
It was
right.
for
Like I
that
said, I
purpose.
talked about that. I talked about that with the death of Octavia Hatcher.
Yeah.
And her husband, she had lost their baby, and she got so sad and depressed that she ended up getting sick, and they thought she had killed herself, and that she died, and they buried her alive and didn't know it. And so when her husband, found out about the sleeping sickness, because, it wasn't like the internet was around where you could look up their symptoms to find out what's going on. He decided to said, oh my goodness, we have to go dig her up. And they found out that she had been buried alive. And so after that, when he died, he wanted to be in a glass coffin, not buried in the ground for quite a while to make sure that he was dead. And Octavia Hatcher, for those of you who don't know, she was part of the Hatfields and McCoy clans.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember exactly which one right off the top of my head, but she was part of the family. And it's there in Pikeville, Kentucky. And Yep, just happened to find out about it one day when we were walking around downtown Pikeville. So it was Pikeville, yeah. So
Yeah, that's what's amazing in different little towns and stuff around the country, the stories you can hear and research it back.
yeah, I
mean,
can. You can. That is one you can. I mean, since it's on the campus of Pikeville College. Well, what used to be Pikeville College is now UP, University
Right.
of Pikeville, and is right at the top of the mountain there. And if you go across the street from where she's buried, is also a place where one of the Hatfields and McCoys were hung.
Oh,
And if you're standing there at her grave, you can look across and see the Dills Cemetery where the bulk of the Hatfields and McCoys are buried. So can you imagine if they had family members that died on the same day?
oh
Having
yeah,
funerals, that there could have been a fight on the mountain again?
yeah,
It's like, how could you bury them that close to each other? I mean, in
Right.
all honesty, we'd go 5 graves and here's a Hatfield, and go 5 more and here's a McCoy. So it was interesting.
right.
So,
Okay, who's our next guest coming up?
our next guest coming up is Christopher Pittman, and he is not. He's in the
Shown
wrong. Huh?
He hasn't shown up yet.
No, I think he's in the wrong chat. So let me go find him. So there we go. I just sent him that again, and try this one. So, and Chris Houston, you're in half an hour.
You're right.
So
He knows. Chris just pops in down
Yeah.
there to listen and prep.
it's Rosemary Paranormal Research Group. They're the
Okay.
group that deals with the Washington County Historical Society, the Dewey Hotel that we're one of the charities that we're highlighting.
Right.
So I can't wait to hear what he has to say, and I think it's going to be interesting. So, yep, he's in the right one. So
Yeah.
good. Here he comes.
Yep.
So let's see what we got here. So we're going to introduce Christopher Pittman and Austin from Rosemary Paranormal Research Society. Welcome, guys.
Hey guys, how are you?
Fine.
Fine.
And like I was saying, everybody, check out www.chs-ok.org for the Washington County Historical Society. And we've got a link that we're going to be sharing for donations that you guys are taking for that. So I'll make sure we get that on there. Never did get anything for you from the VFW, but you know what? Doesn't matter. We can do that the next time.
Okay.
So, but
Right.
so here we go. I just shared the link for the donations, and if you guys are ready to go, we're ready to let you go.
All right.
Okay.
So first of all, my name is Chris. It's nice to meet everybody. I am the founder of Rosemary Paranormal Research Society. I've been in this field. I started back in 2010 of October, September. So I'm kind of a seasoned veteran paranormal investigator. Been in and out of the field, been to different supposed, locations and whatnot. Our goal as a team here is to not only help our community, but as well as, figure out what's more logical rather than explaining something to be paranormal or to be a ghost. We want to make that scientific approach on everything. And, Hoffman, you got anything you'd like to add to that?
No, we look at all the evidence that we collect, and we try and debunk it and determine rational explanations for it. And then once you break down all the rational explanations for everything, what you've got left tends to be the truth. So that's kind of our approach to everything.
Right. And so, guys, the location that we're at right now, this is an active investigation that's been going on for about 4 months, give or take. And, we've had some pretty decent evidence here. We've been coming here every month to try to help out and stuff, food, money donations, stuff like that. We've got a open event for public investigations here to kind of help the post out, you know, their military vets and their kitchen, you know, as far as their food for the kitchen goes. So we do a lot of good for the community. So we'll show you around here in a little bit. But right now, let's talk about the Dewey Hotel. The Dewey Hotel has been around since 1899. It was built by Jacob and Nanny Bartles as their family home. Jacob Bartles is, for those that don't know, Jacob Bartles is the founder of Bartlesville, Oklahoma. What was it? In 1906, it became the hotel.
Yeah, something like that. They moved it.
Yeah.
They put the was it the hotel they moved on logs?
Yep.
They put the hotel on logs and moved it from its original location in like 1904, 1906. I can't remember the exact date of it, but so they actually moved it, pulled it across rolling logs to roll it into what is now Dewey, Oklahoma.
Yep. And then later it became the museum. So now it's the Dewey Hotel Museum. The Washington County Historical Society bought it. Jordan, who unfortunately is not here, I wish you guys would have got to meet him. He's a great guy. He's very knowledgeable scientifically as well as, you know, logically when it comes to paranormal stuff. You know, he breaks things down to where, hey, we need to figure out the facts before we determine something's a ghost. He's the owner of the team. I stepped down as the owner. I'm the founder. But he's the president of the Washington County Historical Society, and I wish you guys would have got to meet him. He's a great guy. So tonight, you know, I thank everybody for their participation, and you know, I thank Denise and Carl and those who have you know, put us to come up here and speak, you know, and get to know you guys a little bit. I understand we're going to have Q&A questions later, and you know, whatever questions you guys get, I'm more than willing to try to answer those the best I can. I'm not an expert. I've only been in the field for probably about 12 years, but I don't think anybody in the field is an expert. But we'll try to get those answered for you. Hoffman, you know, he's been on the field for, or been
About
into, yeah, about
2.
Yeah, about 2 years. Yeah. You know, he's very logical at what he does. He's very skeptical on a lot of things. You know, for him, you know, I'm not trying to bring it on if you don't mind me bringing it up. He's a licensed peace officer for Oklahoma. So for his approach on things, he has to look things over on a more evidential side of stuff. So we have that type of knowledge of what we have to handle, what we can provide for the field to the public, and as well as, you know, the research that's involved for our team. And that's the biggest thing about, you know, the paranormal community, or, you know, an investigation team or whatever is, you know, first is the research. Well, no, I'll take it back. First is the safety of your team and those around you. Second is the research. The third is finding things that you can debunk if you've got the claims, or if you gathered all the evidence. And then again, you don't know if you have all the evidence, right? You know, we don't know. So we just want to bring that scientific approach towards the community. And, you know, there's a lot of things out there, especially these networks, you know, and I'm not saying nothing bad about any networks or anything like that. There's a lot of good ones out there, but we as a team ourselves, we don't do it like the TV shows or nothing like that. We do our own approach. We kind of see and watch how other teams do it, you know, kind of get an observant point of view across, and, you know, try to learn from it and stuff like that. But it's all about learning, right? I mean, Hoffman, if you got anything else?
No.
Like what do you do, like, personally? Like,
so
who are you?
So
I've never met you. What are you with?
So I'm a lead investigator with Rosemarie. So I assist in running investigations at various locations. I assist in going over evidence, and you know, put my thoughts into the kinds of things that we see the different ways that, let's say some of the EVPs that you can catch, or some of the pictures that we can catch or video. I look at those and look and see what else could have caused this. So introduce himself. When you look at what can cause it, then you find something that'll replicate that effect, and if you can consistently replicate that effect 3 or 4 times, then at that point you kind of have to look at it as possibly not being paranormal. And so you break all of that down and you get to what evidence you have left that you can't get replicated, and then you can from there kind of begin to build that picture of what's going on at that location. And then as you continue to do investigations and research at that location, you can see the pattern and the things that are consistently happening, and you get more knowledge about it and can go.
I just wanted to tell them hi from you, since you're a veteran.
So we've got the quartermaster of the VFW here. I'll let Chris introduce him.
So this is Eric. He's Eric Mitchell. He's the quartermaster of VFW Oklahoma City's 9265. He's the one that's been graciously allowing us in here to investigate and try to figure out what's going on. I don't know, Eric, you would like to say anything about yourself and what you do here?
I take care of everything
here. I know that.
Pretty much, I take care of everything here: the money, the building itself, and we let all these people come in and have fun to investigate or drink or have parties over here in our hall. And we're here to support all the veterans with a service officer for VA claims and anything else we can do to help support veterans.
Awesome. And that's what the biggest part about this Paracon right now is about our veterans. So
good.
We thank you for your service and your time and everything.
We appreciate everything you do here and what everybody else is doing out there for the veterans in the community.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we appreciate it, Eric.
Thank you,
Rob.
All right, so we've got some of our equipment here that we use. We don't have all of it by any means, but just some of the stuff that we use. So we're going to talk about some of that and kind of explain to y'all what it's used for, what we use it for, and some of the science behind it. So I'll start out with these fun little toys. We've got a bunch of these little movement balls, cat balls. They light up. If they don't move for a while, they'll go out. You know how long it is till they go out?
Probably about 10 seconds.
So they go out and then they move. So we lay these at various spots in our locations to try and get some interaction going. That's something that's really cool to see. I've seen it several times.
We actually had some activity with the cat balls up on the second floor at the Dewey Hotel and the baby's crib
and the first floor.
Yeah, in the hallway, because we were in Nanny's room at that time, and we were asking a variety of directional questions. And directive questions are those that we are looking for the right response for that. Yeah, specific answer for that question or specific question, rather than getting just something random. Which we do a lot of that with our EVPs too. Especially with spirit boxes, because it runs off of radio frequencies and stuff like that. But we got some more stuff here, guys. Here, yeah, a lot of this stuff I'm sure you guys are real familiar with. If not, this is a K2 device. Basically measures electromagnetic field, milligauss. Basically, with these, I throw them out the window a lot of times because hey, everything electronic can give that off, including our own body.
And there's a lot. The reason we use these and this little device as well, Chris. You use it more than I have.
Yeah, I've got the actual antenna for it somewhere in here. Let's see. So this antenna here is to measure the temperature, and we're going to turn this on here. Let me get you guys to see that. So as you can see right now, it's reading as 0.0, right? Or 0.4, sorry. I can't see the screen too well. But, we take these around and we measure around the wall frames, any type of electrical environment, really. And we look for medium to high EMF milligauss, basically so we can see if there's any psychological or EMF radiation that might be causing something psychological, or might be playing tricks with your mind, because too much radiation in a long period of time, you're gonna have that issue. Not all the time, but for the scientific part of it, yes. So we want to, like, even right now, I'm reading a 2 point, it dropped down, but it was a 2.7 at the highest, and just sitting here, so pretty cool little device. It's a millimeter standard.
So there's been a lot of research done on the physiological effects of EMF radiation on people, and there's a lot of really weird things it can cause. So when we go to a location, we use those tools to kind of determine that baseline to see if it may be that causing some of the experiences that we hear about people having. So just kind of a little bit about what we do.
This is the TLD. This is the next device here. It's a TLD 100. Basically, this is a leak detector. Measures hot, cold, and neutral temperatures. Every paranormal team that I've ever known or worked with has had a thermometer or something similar to it, and this the next best thing. It's a leak detector. TLD 100. You can probably buy these on Amazon for about $15-$20. The K2 is $80-$90. So the next big thing here, you want to pull the IR lights out of that big pocket. The big pocket.
Yeah.
And I know we're running short on time, guys, as we only have a 30-minute session.
Keep talking, I'll find it.
But Austin here, I keep wanting to repronounce his name for some reason.
Rename him?
Yeah, I want to rename him. It was like a newborn baby, I just want to rename him.
Just keep talking, you're good.
So, guys, this is our night vision camera. One of them. We have two. Actually, we have three. But pull this off, and on. Actually, it might not come on, but it's dead. Actually, this isn't coming on because it is dead. But as you can see, IR there. Sorry, that's bright. You can switch the frequency of them, But these are really good for when you're in those really dark locations, and you want to see all those orbs. Who a lot of people call them ghosts, and they're not ghosts. They're airborne particles. That's just my sarcasm. But we've captured some good audio out of these, and 99% of our evidence is the audio. Well, here at the VFW, we've actually had video, infographic evidence, as well as audio evidence and intelligent responses as far as a full-blown conversation goes. For one instance, we were actually in the event hall, and I said, I had myself, my wife, who's the co-owner of the team, and then two other members who are ex-members. I shall not name names because that's why they're ex-members. Were here with us, and I said, "Do you think we should turn these lights off?" Well, in the response, we actually captured "But I Can See You" through audio, through that camera, and then the other member, who I shall not name names, said, "But I can see you too," which was a really cool experience for us because I've never. And I don't think you have ever experienced something as conversational as that, prior to that investigation.
And then going back and looking over the film, and I looked at it, you looked at it, Jordan and Nikki looked at it.
Yeah.
We couldn't pinpoint that anybody had said that was there.
Right.
So,
there's just no explanation, right? So we don't know if it's a ghost, a spirit trapped here, alien, whatever. We don't know. And that's just part of what this field's about. It's the unexplained. We want to try to create recreate the scene of what's going on. what can we do to resolve this? What can we do to, try to help this client or this business? Questions are welcome, guys. So if you got questions, please ask.
Will they pop up on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll pop up.
This is my first time doing this, so.
Yeah, it's kind of my first time doing a Paracon too. So, I mean, I've been to one a long time ago, and I never really
While
got
we're
to
doing
speak
this, you
for
want to
one.
unplug that and kind of take them around the VFW?
Yeah, I'd like to do that before we start closing the.
We can do that and answer questions.
Yeah, we can do that.
So we're going to kind of take you around the VFW. They've got a party going on in another room, so there's a little bit of this location that we can't go into right now.
Yeah, we can't disclose, and we want to respect people's privacy. Just bring that. Yeah, just keep that here.
Yeah,
I trust everybody here, so. All right, so guys, favorite tool to use. Well, our favorite tool. What would be your favorite tool?
Oh, my favorite tool is probably the Zoom mics, or the enhanced recorders.
Yeah,
probably mine. You catch a lot of really cool stuff, and with that, not only do you catch really cool stuff, but you can listen to it real time, and it's one of my favorite things for using to catch and debunk stuff. You'd be amazed at the kinds of sounds and stuff that buildings can emit.
Equipment that you use that is not necessarily used for only paranormal. Well, we look at it this way. Everything that we use isn't used for finding a ghost. It's basically made for what it was, or it's used for what it was made for, measuring room temperatures, changes of the environment, taking photographic images, videography, so there's a lot of, questionable gray areas there. Hoffman will be right back. But guys, I'm gonna go ahead and take you around. Let me flip this around. So what I like about this cop.
So explain to them that all of our equipment can be used for a multitude of purposes.
Funniest debunking story.
Oh, that's probably that.
Here, I'll let you discuss that one.
So the one that I know of is probably one of the days we were at the Dewey Hotel. It was kind of windy, and we didn't realize that we were catching wind into the top part.
Walk and then we'll talk.
We were catching wind into the top, the vent of a old wooden stove heater type thing.
Oh, I remember that.
And it was actually making something on the stove heater bang, but it was doing it at very weird intervals. So we were having an issue getting it replicated until it actually did it again while we were standing there, and I was actually banging on stuff to try to get it to work.
All right, so guys, real quick, we're going to show you what was made for the embalming room back when this was the Bill Merritt's funeral home back in 1950s, late 1950s. So this is the kitchen, and at one point this was part of the embalming room. Chris, do you want to say hi?
Hi, Chris.
We're on a live Paracon right now. You got
Chris, how you
thousands
doing?
of viewers.
Brown Gonzalez.
Yeah, he's our cook here.
Chef.
Yeah, very good guy. He's had his own experiences here as well. So again, we're just walking around. Let's go ahead. This is the men's. Knock, knock. Anybody here? It's the men's bathroom, and right now this place is open currently, so we want to be really careful and safe about what we're doing. So this wall right here, guys, this wasn't here back in the 50s. This was recreated, and down here I'm going to show you where the drain is, where they had the body fluids drained into back when this was the embalming room. Of course, you got the men's throne right there. Is that a little much, Hoffman? Actually, here, take this. I'll do the storytelling. Hit buttons. Yeah, just kind of flip it around. No, to you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now just walk with it like that. Okay, so we got the ladies' bathroom here. I don't know if there's any ladies in there, so I don't want to actually intrude on that. But this is the ladies' restroom, men's restroom, kitchen. Down this hall, we've had activity as well. It's far as voices, full body apparition, we even caught a darker entity here. We're trying to. Now we got to be mindful going into the event hall.
We're just gonna stay out of it.
Yeah, well, we'll go in the corner, but because there is a party in there right now, we got to be very mindful.
You said for the most part, let's just stay out of it.
Yeah, so we'll just stay out of there right now, but that's the event hall. You can show them the doorway. Yeah, it's a very, very large room, but they are having a birthday party or some kind of party that they paid for to be here. So we're going to be mindful of them and not actually go in there. But, you guys have any more questions for us or anything?
No, not at this point. You guys did really good. You got through almost 30 full minutes of talking.
Nice. Awesome.
Which we really
We're glad
appreciate.
you were on here.
And I did share the links to the VFW post, the Washington
Okay.
County Historical Society, as well as the donation link. So hopefully somebody can help out. And if not, well, we tried. But tell everybody there we thank them for their service, and we're here for veterans. And like I said before, everybody, if you're having a problem and you're a vet, please contact the veteranscrisisline.net by dialing 988 and pressing 1, and you'll get instantaneous help. So I hope you guys have a great investigation there tonight. So I do have one question for you. Maybe you guys can answer this. When did they start saying that they started getting paranormal activity there?
Okay, hold on. Let me flip this real quick.
Back to the.
Did you change this back?
Huh?
Did you change this
No,
back?
we were over there.
Oh. Okay, hold on. What was your question, Denise?
So when did they start reporting paranormal activity in the building?
They've actually had that going on for Sherry. How long? For as far as y'all's claims go for this building.
For the activity.
This is Sherry right here. So
Right. We moved in 04.
she's a bartender here.
We
Well,
moved in
you
in
gotta have
04.
the spirit wrangler there.
That's right.
So she said that then y'all had activities the whole time since you've been here, pretty
Well,
much.
I know one of our customers, she died since then, passed away
Yeah.
since then, one of our members.
Yeah.
She's the one that first saw Mr. Brown.
Okay.
So they're talking about they actually took this building over in 2004, and she's telling me that she had a member that was experiencing stuff back then. So I guess they've had the building and even possibly before then, but we don't know. I've contacted the people that had it before.
It used to be a funeral home. So
Yeah.
How long ago was it a funeral home?
right before we took it over.
They
Yeah.
took it over from the funeral home, so it was the funeral home and then it was the post, right? So it was the funeral home and then the post, as far as we know.
Yeah. At first, I'll say so. Back in the 50s, it was a carpet store built by Ralph, which still comes here.
And then it was a disco.
Then it became a disco, and then in the late 50s, it became a Bill Merritt's funeral home, and then.
I don't think it was late 50s.
You don't think it was late 50s?
I think it was later than that.
Okay. Well, somebody said the late 50s. So, like, the information is just so mismatched.
Because
It's
when
still an
Ralph-
active investigation. We're still trying to figure all the
And
information
then
out.
Ralph built it just that side over there.
Okay.
This side over there.
So probably made it
Okay.
hard.
I don't know if
Right.
you guys heard that or.
Yeah. Ron said being a disco hall probably made it haunted. But disco is dead and it's haunting us from the grave as we speak. So
No, we need to get
what
Elvis
would
up
we
here.
do
We-
without what
we
would we
conjure
do
him
without
up?
Casey in the sunshine?
Right.
Well, we'd like to thank you so much for coming on. Hopefully you'll be back for the panel discussion at 9:00. But our next
And
guest
thank
is
you.
already in the green room and ready to go. So thank you, and please come back at 9:00.
Thank you.
All right,
Y'all have
thank
a
you,
good
guys.
evening. Thank you for having us.
It's been an honor.
Okay.
Okay, good night. Thank you. And so our next guest is Chris Houston, and is Joel there too?
Nope.
Nope. So we're going to have Chris Houston's going to come on, and he's going to talk a little bit. He's also a member of the Bill of Rights Network, and he has a show on Sunday nights called No BS. So that's what you're going to get. No BS from Chris Houston.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good to go, Chris.
Awesome. Well, my name is Christopher Houston, everybody. I've been in the paranormal for 32 years directly, and I'm a little bit different than most everybody else that you'll see out there, because what you've seen so far are paranormal investigators, and I do investigate, but my job is not to be a paranormal investigator. I'm old school. I started very, very young because of personal experience, had the privilege of working with the Catholic Church and multiple other avenues, and basically what I am is a paranormal assessor. What does paranormal assessment mean? In the reality of things, what you have seen is a group of people going out and investigating with particular equipment. And that is the mainstream intention of what paranormal is. However, in the old days, it didn't quite work that way. So when I started very young. I'm 52 years old now. And I eventually worked into a job that was very unique, because during the old days, if somebody claimed paranormal activity, you didn't just jump in and go, okay, I need to bring these gadgets out here. I need to do this. I need to do that. I need to do this. There were a series of events that happened that brought people in. During this process, you had everything from a psychiatrist to a Joe Schmo that may just work in plumbing and construction, all the way up the limbs to technical advisors in universities, a priest if necessary, and a lot of other things. My job during that process was to be the front arm guy. You brought in a camera, you asked a series of questions, you recorded the events, you walked around the houses, the rooms, the building, or whatever else, and then you left and you presented that to everybody else to see who was going to be the team that got put together. It gave me an avenue, because of my personal experiences, to dive into this in a little bit more detail, which caused me to have a radio show for 15 years called Paranormal Truth and Reality across Ohio, and speak at events and work with college universities and other people, and even help write a couple of papers that my name is attached to with hundreds of other people. So I have learned throughout this process a lot of individualized situations that we'll talk about a little bit tonight. My partner will be joining us hopefully somewhere along the line. Christmas got him kind of a little bit behind, and his reception is a little bit tough, so he was heading home to see if he could show you what we do here. On top of working the paranormal as a side gig, I am the vice president of marketing for NICAM International. NICAM is a ghost camera and action camera that works with night vision and multiple spectrums of light. We're about to pull out a different product, and these are the things that we're going to bring you into a little bit before you get to the next guy that I encourage you to watch, because he's phenomenal when it comes to the audio world, and he's a very smart guy. So what is the paranormal? Well, as you've noticed from talking to a few people earlier today that I had the privilege of listening to, and then watching some people yesterday, a lot of it is that you are aware of is going out into either personal homes or locations using gadgets and trying to find out if there are ghosts there, right? That's what you see on TV. That's what you're used to. That's what most teams got built on, because this TV generation started in 1981 or 82 and is running continuously to today. Reality is that is not truly what the paranormal is about. And I know that offends a lot of different people, but in order to dig into what is known as the paranormal, and the paranormal is anything not clinically known or physically known by science to be explained currently, meaning everything unexplained, you have to dive into more detail. As an example, they mentioned earlier a little bit about the Sally House. Not a lot of people know that those investigators at the Sally House weren't just for investigators, nor was it just a series of equipment and camcorders. In fact, there was a whole degree of audio equipment that people don't know about, with mics scattered all across the home, just to pick up different audio frequencies. There were individual cameras and individual spectrums of light sat in the home to see if they could pick up anything at all. So though you only see 4 investigators, there were a lot more on their team sitting there monitoring screens and keeping an eye on things to find out what was really going on in the house. And that's generally what an old-fashioned personal investigation was. You had to think about the psychological, you had to think about everything, and you had to break it down to try to involve science and what is called pseudoscience a lot of times. I call it fringe science, because fringe means on the breaking or understanding of science itself, so not necessarily defined. So when you get into that, you have seen people mention things like EMF meters. The EMF meter that you see today is for electromagnetic frequencies. Now let's talk about an electromagnetic frequency as an example just to start. Electromagnetic frequencies are very unique. Now, the average EMF a while back from the WHO organization, IRC, and so forth said that any category over what is called 2B, which is a frequency large enough to emit electrofrequencies, can potentially be carcinogenic. Carcinogenic means it can be dangerous to cause cancer or other health problems. Now, here's the difference between EMF and what everybody gets confused. EHS is something above 2B in the 3B to 4B frequency that causes hypersensitivity. Hypersensitivity is a phenomenon that's characterized in the appearance of symptoms or exposures from people who have sensitivity to electromagnetic fields. Those fields range all the way from small fields, right around 2.5 dB, which you can just feel a little irritated, your skin gets a little bothered, you may hear some hissing in your ears, all the way up to 4 or 5 dB, where you can have confusion in the brain, nausea, syndromes, different types of mental syndromes and so forth, chronic inflammatory disease, things along those lines that can cause cardiovascular symptoms or immediate heart attacks and things along those lines. Now, the reality of any of that happening, in later studies, it was found that in most cases, there are not high enough EMF fields to cause much hypersensitivity in the human brain at all. In other words, you have to stand right under electric lines to be affected by electric lines. EMF fields at 2 dB and below happen all the time in houses. This is why an EMF meter is really kind of useless unless you're just determining or looking at the different fields, because the computer I'm standing by gives off an EMF frequency, the body gives off an EMF frequency, the headset gives off an EMF frequency, my TV behind me gives off an EMF frequency, a microwave gives off an EMF frequency, a refrigerator gives off an EMF frequency, and even the power lines in your home can give off EMF frequencies. Your cell phone can give off an EMF frequency, which was known to the creators who designed the K2. Wonderful device if you want to play around and just see some pretty lights. But is it very crucial in a true paranormal investigation? Now, contrary to belief, the answer is no, unless you just want to see that there are EMF fields in the home or area. And 99.9% of the time, there will be EMF fields in any location at any time. If you're around a power line, if you're around a TV, even in a dead building, EMF frequency can be picked up from the ground and the human body and the cell phones and the equipment you have on location. So automatically EMF frequencies, people love to use the detectors, but if you're not going to just say, okay, there's EMF here, they're useless. Let's go into thermal readings. Thermal readings are very important, and they're not at the same time. A lot of people use the thermal readings like you saw earlier, but are thermal readings important except for determining temperature? The common deduction is that when ghosts or abnormal activity is in a room, the temperatures will drop. Now, if you go into geothermal science, that's actually not the case. Temperatures drop and rise for multiple reasons. I'm in a small room with no heater. It is 40 degrees outside. Should it be 40 degrees in my house? The answer is no. It depends on what items are in the home, how many items are in the home, the activity of the home, the things and insulations in the home or the building itself, and what type of things conduct heat in cold weather. Therefore, if you're in a brick area of a basement, the basement is cooler because of the ground and the brick. If you're in a higher environment, the brick still keeps it cooler, even though you might be in 90-degree weather. So if you're looking to read those readings for those reasons, then it's very important you have a thermal reader involved. It also comes in handy for reading active pipes and so forth in a home. If you have a thermal pipe network in a large school system, you need to know if that wall is warmer in one room than another. Now, why is this important? It's important for several reasons, and we're going to go into a couple other things that people commonly use as well. It's important for several reasons. It was condensed for television. It's nice to know all of these readings, and if you have the equipment to set up multiple sensors all over the place, which is done in science all the time in universities, then you might get a strange spike that shouldn't be there. Now, if that spike for some reason is not there, or is there rather, then you have to explain why the spike is there. And that goes into electrograph meetings, radiography, things along those lines, where people can take in simple things like Have you ever seen some of the shows where people use your simple devices and bugs to try to find out where treasure is? Got a little handheld device, things along those lines. Or a fish detector is an example where a fish pops back up. You're looking for a large mass. Let's say we're looking for the Loch Ness Monster. You use a fish detector. You find a large mass. You figure out that mass is moving. It could be anything, but you now know a mass is in the ground. Well, again, in the old days, scientists would do this with brick buildings and houses and so forth. If we found out there was an abnormal temperature on a wall or floor, and you can't feel it on the wall, it's very important that you use some sort of detector to look and see what was there. A thermal reader was very handy for this, by the way. If you could use a thermal reader or a thermal camera reader and put it up against the wall, and you found a long string pipe that was a different color, you knew there was a warm pipe operating. On top of the temperature reading, now I have an explanation here that I know where the warm weather is coming from, and vice versa for the cold weather. Just because you feel yourself in a cold room does not mean, and you don't feel a draft, does not mean that there's not a cold breeze or something causing that room to be cold. The reason I mention all of this is the paranormal is not as black and white as people think. The paranormal is a series of scientific events that you have to debunk in order to come up with that explanation or that non-explanation for what's left. So let's just say this hammer goes flying across the room for no reason, and you see it float up in the air and fly across the room. Well, I can't explain that. And if I don't have any readings in the room to explain that, magnets or something else, then it's got to be paranormal or unknown. Now, this goes into things like physical devices. You just recently talked to Chris and you saw a little lighting ball. The physical devices go off of quantum physics and physics, meaning anything of solid mass should not be able to be contacted by non-solid or non-physical mass. Therefore, something physical has to touch that ball, even if you don't see it, and move it. And that is true. But before you use these items, you also have to understand the tactics involved in some of these items, which most people don't know. And it's very easy to get that ball to go off. It's very easy to get a balloon to go off and so forth while you're in a room by the octaves of your voice or moving your foot or other things that are going on. So you have to deduce that by testing it, debunking it, and then watching and then seeing physical responses. Now, if you get a physical response, if you look at that ball and say, let's take the ball out, but let's take a physical machine and put it in front of us, which has happened to me on locations. You've got a touch device. You've got different keys on that touch device in different colors. If something responds in a different color or the different audio, example, you have a button that says, I, will, hello, can, and you say, can you touch that device? And you see the two keys go off going, I can. Okay, well, if you put the device in there and you know the device is not programmed to do that, people will always question otherwise, but they can tear the device apart if they like. Then you've got something. And if you look at them and say, well, if you can you do me a favor and touch the blue triangle? And the blue triangle goes off. You've got corresponding evidence that says, hey, look at me. I'm talking to something I can't explain. And that goes into a lot more details about how you can use actual investigations and the difference between a scientific investigation, which is what should be going on, and a standard paranormal assumption in investigations. Paranormal assumptions are actually the most common thing that you see out there because we're all investigators. In fact, you're going to see me on a television show here next year for a couple episodes. My job is obviously to explain some of this stuff. Other people's jobs is to explain the metaphysical and a few other things. And I hope you enjoy the show. I'm not allowed to talk about it at this point in more detail, but I hope you enjoy it. The key to all of this is the understanding of the difference between what you see on television and what really happens. The paranormal world is a very unique world. And in that world, we have assumptions on things that some of them are accurate and some of them are very inaccurate. The most inaccurate things are terms like evil is all over the place and it's in every location and demons are pretty common and terrible things happen to everybody that goes out there. And terms like demonology, exorcism, all the way down to orbs and so forth. Those are the common assumptions that are not quite as accurate as people like to think they are. but they do come into play. Orbs is an example. From 1952 to roughly about 1979 to 1980, an orb was not called an orb, except for in the logical explanation of scientific journals brought on by people that were creating digital cameras. They found anomalies. People were sending the anomalies in. They were scared of these anomalies sometimes. They were astonished by them. They didn't understand. So Kodak and Sony and several other camera companies tested dust and a lot of other things and determined this is what they are. And that is what they are. But before this, there were unexplained other situations called ghost lights. And ghost lights ranged all the way from Bigfoot sightings to UFOs, all the way down to paranormal and small little lights that would travel around with solid mass. The mass was not able to be explained, but you could not see through it no matter how much you zoomed in or zoomed out. Sometimes you could not catch up with the light. Sometimes they would move very fastly. Sometimes they would move very slowly. Sometimes they would travel through walls and into other rooms and come back. Sometimes they would just simply float in the sky or fly around. Now, several of these ghost lights got very, very famous. One is in Michigan. One is in several other areas. And they still haven't been debunked today. There's several ghost lights revolving around Texas, I do believe, that has some very famous ghost lights that revolve around UFOs that still aren't debunked today. They're believed to be the size of houses, though we never get that close. So when you start talking about an orb, most people see a dust particle and they say it's an orb, and they'll zoom up and they'll use pareidolia and they'll see all kinds of things in these orbs. The reality of the fact is it's pareidolia and you're not seeing anything in these orbs. You're misunderstanding what ghost lights are in the first place. Do unidentified lights show up at an investigation, fly around in front of you and so forth? The answer is yes. From time to time, you are going to see something fly around that you cannot explain. Most of the time, you don't catch that on camera, by the way, guys, but every now and then, if you get lucky on some of these bigger locations, you can. The Texas lights is an example. People get them on camera all the time. Science still can't explain what they are. They try to. But when you're in an investigation, a lot of times you find that this happens when the cameras aren't rolling. And then you find dust and other things, and you go, okay, that must be it. And then if you really try to reenact it and you try to reproduce it, especially in an old place, a basement or so forth, you'll find out it's logically explainable. I could go on for hours and bore the total, excuse my term, piss out of you when it comes to the scientific views. Yep, exactly. Ball lightning is another example. Ball lightning is an effect of the environment that causes lightning to generate in a circular form. And it can happen for multiple reasons. A lot of times it happens around damp areas, ponds, lighted areas, and things along those lines. Another thing that generally causes the orbs you're used to is light refraction. Light refraction is a long thing to explain, and there's 3 or 4 different types of light refraction. But if you start looking into it, light refracts in many different ways and in many different spectrums. When we develop the lens, take a lens as an example with a bright light. Shine it towards a window and see what you get. You get the light refracting back at the camera at the same time the light refracts across the room. You'll actually see bounce back images that fly around on their own in certain cameras. Commonly mistaken all the time. You can also do this as a test, just so you guys know, with any night vision camera and a simple white light. Take one about that big and flash it around while the lens is refracting. Now, as you can see from a slight bit of light refraction, if you look really closely sometimes when that TV doesn't change, you'll see a little bit of reflection where my hand's moving back and down. You can see it on the refraction of the black right now, where there's a little bit of a refraction from my light on the side. See that my TV showing a refraction there? That's a simple idea of a light refraction. Refraction can be multiplied in multiple different ways. In fact, you can actually take a nice little square, ocular or so forth, and you can take a light and shine it in through the bottom, and you'd think it'd come right, a laser light, and you think it comes straight out. It won't. It'll come out to the left or the right or so forth. So a lot of times when we're seeing things on a camera, even a night vision camera, we're not necessarily seeing a ghost. We're seeing light refraction in many different ways. So these are the things you should concentrate on when you truly dig into the paranormal. As a start, you bought this equipment, you're trying to debunk things, but reality is a lot of times you don't have the education. You're just going into this like most of us do, going, I love the paranormal. I had my own experience. I want to explain this. I think I can help people. I have a gift, whatever that is. So in order to do that, the biggest common fall that people have is they don't like to look at the science and the logicness, and they like to go, no, I got that ghost. What you need to concentrate on at the opening part of this is not catching the ghost, but explaining the situation. And 99.9% of the time, you're actually going to be able to explain this situation. But 1% of the time, you're not. And when you get colleagues just like you coming in, you're able to see if they can explain it. And that was very important for me when I was going along because of my experience and what I had seen. I wanted to be able to explain it. So I went to universities and talked to many professors first because, you know, you go to logical people, right? See what they can find out. See if they could give me an explanation. Many did. Now, I am going to tell you in the scientific community does look at the paranormal or fringe science as something a little bit different than what you do. You look at it and you say, ghosts are real. And I'm going to tell you right off the bat, they are real. I've seen them. In fact, I think it's the 3rd episode next year. You will actually see me startled for a slight moment while I was at a location. I won't get into detail about that either, because I couldn't explain the situation. And then later when you go on camera, you'll hear me saying, I can't explain the situation. Now, we have one of my colleagues that thinks he explained the situation, and that's great. So every now and then you're going to run into that non-explainable situation. But you are also going to have many things that you can explain. That's where you should start. Then from there, dig into some of those other things. So let's get into a few of those things here because I know we've done about 30 minutes. Let's talk about some of the things you can't explain or that fringe on a little bit of different opinions. I'm going to avoid the audio section. Even though I have an audio engineering degree, and because I do encourage you to listen to the next guests that are coming on. Phenomenal man, by the way. I don't know if they want me to announce him or not, so I'm not going to. I'm going to leave it up to them. But I will tell you, he did develop one of the only spirit boxes or audio boxes that I cannot debunk. I simply cannot debunk it. So I do encourage you to listen to him a little bit. Great man, by the way. Awesome guy. I met him very early on. I'm glad to see that he got popular on TV. His wife is a phenomenal lady too. So I do encourage you to listen to him. But let's talk a little bit about the other things. Now, commonly we see a ghost as a spirit that has not passed on. Or you say it as an entity, demon, other things depending on your situation. But how accurate or true is that? The answer is we don't know. We don't know. So theology comes in, religious belief comes in, and a lot of other spiritual beliefs come in, like passing on and guiding people into the light, being able to help dead spirits and so forth. Scientifically speaking, that is hooky. Scientifically speaking. Now, but does it happen is a whole other situation. So what exactly are we experiencing? Well, from the physics point of view, and I won't get into a lot of detail on this, but from the physics point of view, time is a relevant notion for humans to determine because that way when we go into outer space, we understand we're a couple of minutes behind when we start to get up to a certain height to here. We understand that the time zones in different areas that we created give us an idea of daylight and so forth. And we have to explain aging. But in physics and quantum physics, time is irrelevant, meaning though we determine how we age because we see time, everything flies in the same exact moment at the same exact time. And sometimes, though at different levels of speed, the same exact types of speeds. So they're all moving at the same motions. Now, when you start looking at it that way, let's say I died 3 years ago. Well, theoretically, right now, you would still be talking to me. Or let's look at this in an approach you can understand. You're watching me right now, but I died 4 years down the road. However, you could still possibly be hearing me right now. Because in this period of the quantum physical barrier of time, I am still alive. And that still echoes and still moves at the same motion as everything else. So 4 years from now, even though I'm dead, that 5th year, you may still hear, pick up, or even see if the energy or the physics or if the lines are still close or the different waves are still close enough, a brief period in time where you hear 1 or 2 words that I speak. And that's where EVP comes important. Electronic voice phenomenon has been questioned throughout, I would say, 40 years now. It originally was picked up by a priest. It got advanced from there. It was tested by several people I know very, very well that ended up in several movies and television shows on the idealism that EVP could be picked up on audio recorders, tape recorders, and eventually on television through white noise and other noise signals. But where does it come from? Theoretically, if you're on a signal that should not be picking anything up, if you hear something that's unattached or see something that's unattached, where did it come from? Part of that is pareidolia. Part of it, I can tell you from being in that cage and listening to the equipment and the playbacks after asking questions, is unexplainable, especially when they know more about you than you've told other people. That's a whole other story. But long story short, from a quantum physics level, it is plausible that not only you're connected, but you can hear and see everything past, present, and future, and other dimensions at the same time. So are you truly talking to a ghost? Or are you truly talking to the person before it was a ghost in the first place? Who knows, right? So let's get into psychic mediumship. During this process, keep in mind that everything is energy. As you're flowing energy at different levels, and energy means many, many different things, but we all know that energy is constantly in motion and cannot be destroyed. It can be transformed, it can be consumed, but it cannot be destroyed. So if quantum physics and energy is in everything, then is it plausible for the human mind to be a part of this connection? The answer is yes. Do we know how? The answer is no. But we do know that it is plausible. Therefore, after death, we know that the brain is a psychological and working organic computer, is the easiest way to talk about it. So where does all of that energy go? Well, just like a battery or anything else, science has determined it disperses. If your memories are involved in that, your emotions are involved in that, even though the body is gone, the casing, like a battery, the energy disperses, it's still out there somewhere. So could you possibly be communicating with what's left of a person in that process, or even using your own brain to pick up on specifics from other people's surroundings, past, present, and future? The answer is yes. Once again, it is plausible. It's not proven, but it is plausible that you could, in fact, be picking up on other people's emotions, if they're strong enough, on the past, the present, and the future, and be able to physically feel that somebody died in a room, or get an image of that death, or hear words from the person that died. It is all plausible. And it is also plausible that that energy remains in specific areas and travels around everywhere else. So this comes to the point of asking, do people actually cross over, or is that energy itself being redirected? Now, I know that's confusing for everybody because you're still looking and you're going, well, I just want to be an investigator. I want to help people. I want to see ghosts. I want to be amazed, and I want to be scared. And the truth is, a lot of that happens, but it's not what the paranormal is truly about. The paranormal is about the unknown. The paranormal is about what we can define to become known. And Then after that, what we connect to everybody else to make them comfortable about what we can't explain in the process, which is why you bring in religion and you bring in mystics and you bring in all the other things, crystals and other different beliefs and so forth. Because sometimes, psychologically speaking, if I can't explain it or help you, I need to work on your level to help you get past the situation. Now, I watched last night's show, and Nick, and I wish I would have been on there because I love Nick. I want to get him on my show somewhere along the line. He and I have been chatting back and forth for years. I've never met the guy personally, but he is a wonderful man. Had mentioned something about the paranormal having a different side than what you see. And it does have a different side than what you see. A lot of times when you watch me on radio, TV, or in interviews, you hear me talking about the negativity of the paranormal. Because there's a lot of negativity when you get into media, you get into television, and you start going out there, and you just want to make a good program and tell people what you're doing, what you enjoy, and hopefully stumble on something, because that's what we all love to do. But then you get into all the drama and the Facebook and the social media and all the other stuff, and it becomes a big headache. That's what you see a lot of times. But what you don't see is the community that develops a camaraderie, a family, a group of people that are out there all the time, and we just love each other. We love to have fun, and we love to try to help. And if we can't help, we love to try to explain a few things and get a few things that we can explain and work together and dive into science and dive into the reality of the paranormal. And when you get through things and you get to my age or you get 10 or 15 years out, what you're going to do if you're on the right path is you're going to stop looking and start questioning. And then you're going to go, what if I did this? What would happen if I built this? Has anybody ever looked at this? And then you're going to start digging into the real theology of things, the real understanding of things, and so forth. And you're going to realize that's what the paranormal is about. And that there's a good bunch of people out there you can enjoy it with, and a bad bunch of people you just simply avoid. And that's just the way it is. Another example that I love to talk to people about, I'm very, very blunt on it. And I have some good friends that I won't talk about that are on shows right now that you have to understand. One of them is trying to express it in his own way, is terms like demons and demonologists. Now, your assumption of a demonologist, if I were to ask you tonight, is somebody that fights demons in the physical field. That is not what a demonologist is. Just so you guys know. A demonologist connects the word demon to theology in order to define what a demon is through many, many researches, products, and so forth of history and books. They read a lot, and real truth outside of a handful of churches that teach spiritual warfare that people have adapted the word demonologist to. They don't fight demons, though they are present. They do understand what evil is. Sometimes they have been confronted with evil. But for the most part, a demonologist is, they study in the word demon to connect it to theology or religion. And then they utilize that and they hand it off to other people. And the other people in different branches are the ones that may or may not do something with it at that point. Television, a long time ago, gave you the assumption through movies, mostly movies, and a few shows that were done overseas, that a demonologist is in a room with an exorcism and he fights demons and he does this and he does that. The answer is he doesn't, or she doesn't. They are crucial and they are very important, because the person that's in that room that supposedly does needs to know what he's dealing with. And that's where the demonologist comes in. Hundreds of years of research, books, theologies, different religions. Okay, this connects to what you're doing here. This connects to what you're doing here. This connects to what you're doing here. This is what I think may be going on. You do with it what you choose from there. That's what a demonologist does. It's a different perception than what most people think is out there. How do I know this? Because I've had the great privilege of talking to the Catholic Church in Rome. I've talked to demonologists, by the way. There's more than one in the Catholic Church of Rome. In fact, it's a study. And I had the great privilege of talking to the chief exorcist over there for a brief period in time during an interview process that unfortunately I wasn't allowed to air, but was very interesting. I also spent time talking to several other churches about spiritual warfare. And you get into some of these churches, just so you guys know, they do not like to use the term demonologist. But they will talk about spiritual warfare and how they train people in spiritual warfare and the schooling that they have with spiritual warfare. And it became a very amazing thing to realize these different cultures were being misconstrued through television and media and so forth. But they were playing a key part in what we see and what we do today. And they were a key part, a major part in the reality of what was going on. Because in the old days, they were utilized right. These days, they're not. They're utilized like television. When I'm telling you all this, by the way, I'm not telling you don't watch TV. Everybody on the television works their butts off to give you good television. And most of those people, just so you know, are 100% genuine in their belief in what they do. They're good people. I know. I've been to conventions with them. I've talked to them. I've been at locations with them. Some of them I've sat down and had dinner with. They're great people. They're good people. They understand that just like everything else, it means ratings. And sometimes it upsets them because they cut a lot of things out to give you good TV. And they give a different presentation of the people themselves. But in reality, most of these guys and girls are awesome people. They really are. And they really work hard at what they do. So I'm not telling you don't watch TV. I'm telling you pay attention to the fact that if you really want to get into this world, you're going to have to get deeper than what you think is going on. You're not just going to go out and buy your cameras and your gadgets and go out of the location and so forth and think you're a paranormal investigator. Because the reality is, no matter how many years you do that, you're not. It takes more to become that. Think beyond this. Think above this. Start digging in. Start thinking about how to solve this. Don't just think of it as a ghost or a demon. Think of it as an occurrence. Then figure out how to define that occurrence, solve that occurrence, and move on. When you do this, you'll understand that most things paranormal that you think exist don't exist. But there are a handful, when you come across this, just to give you a warning, that eventually do exist. And they're both good and bad, including psychic mediums and ghosts and demons and other things, other mystical things. Fae folk, fairies, things along those lines. Sounds silly, but I know real people in real universities in the UK and surrounding areas that, you know, I trust their word on things, and they've seen things out there that they can't explain, and they call them fae folk. They fully believe in it, and they're scientists, guys. You don't get a scientist to do this that often. Most scientists, they simply just write you off as fringe. What is the word fringe? People like to use pseudo a lot. I like to use fringe. Fringe science means science on the brink of not being physically explained possible at the moment in scientific method. But fringe science can be plausible. This is where quantum physics came in, by the way. Quantum physics for years was a fringe science, and eventually now has become a plausible science. How did it do that? Well, believe it or not, black holes were fringe. Dimensional theory outside of Einstein's theory was fringe, still is fringe in a lot of ways. Time travel was fringe. Now, as we start advancing, we start realizing some of these fringe sciences are making more sense. In fact, they're actually adding up. And if they're adding up, how long is it before we find out they're real? 32 years ago, we believed that time travel wasn't real at all, as an example. Now, today, if you were to ask a scientist in quantum physics, 50% of them will say not only is time travel plausible, it's logical and can happen, just not the way you think. Okay, well, what do I mean by that? Well, we now know we can tap into other dimensions. Einstein's theory said we had multiple dimensions, and that plausibly, if we had multiple dimensions, then everything we did as a reaction here in the molecules could spin off and have unlimited amounts of dimensions. We defined that and found out that we had several types of dimensions, and within the past 50 years found out that we could tap into those dimensions. We can literally punch a hole in to those dimensions, and we can actually pull energy out of those dimensions. That's unexplainable by our current energy standards. Now, it doesn't, because it comes back through, it doesn't last very long, but we have proven that's the case. So when you start talking to a scientist about time travel, you say, okay, what do you mean? Well, at this point, think of it like a window. You go back to physics, as I had mentioned earlier. If everything's traveling at the exact same motion, then is it possible to tap into that motion with something and be able to go back and view it? If you had the right window, the right equipment, and could figure it out, the answer is yes. You could actually sit there and see what happened 100 years ago by a screen in front of you, or a hole, or a portal, whatever you want to say. Could you travel through it? The answer is no. Our human body is just not capable of doing that. Physically speaking, you have to alter the human existence, DNA, RNA, and many other things, to make it capable of that type of travel. Or you have to create a quantum bubble where we stay normal and everything around the bubble outside travels that way. And we haven't got to that point yet. Though there are theories out there. There are fringe theories. Star Trek has used fringe theories for years. In fact, some of their fringe theories actually came into truth, believe it or not, later. So is it plausible at this point? The answer is no, it's not plausible at this point. Is it possible? The answer is yes. I bring up that point because another one of the common things you run into in the paranormal is seeing a lot of these images of people that say time traveler. And you hear the great story of the time traveler somewhere along the line that says he came through and he created his box and blah, 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 blah. But how is that? Is that plausibly real? Story sounds great. But is it plausibly real? Not at this time. Could we find out that we could do it in the future? Sure, anything's possible. That also brings you into unidentified flying objects as another example. Unidentified flying objects are very, very unusual. They're very strange. We can't explain them, correct? But what exactly is an unidentified flying object? Well, it can be multiple things. Could it be an alien? Sure, why not? Could it be American-made or foreign-made? I'm going to tell you it can. I can't tell you why, but I'm going to tell you it can. Could it be something else? Yes. Unidentified flying objects, or numerous things that they've been called throughout the years, just simply means we don't have an identification for them. It does not mean that it's an alien in origin. It just means we can't explain it at this point. But theoretically, if you could bounce back those time barriers, if you could bounce back those dimensional barriers, if you could move from place to place and you had that technology, then you could be a UFO or an alien. Personally, this is where you get into ancient alien theorists say. Personally, no offense, guys. Personally, I believe that aliens exist. I don't believe that they're running around in our world, so to speak, I guess you could say, right now. I don't believe that they're observing us on a regular basis. If they're abducting us to tag us like we do polar bears, out of curiosity more than anything else. But I don't believe that there are 16 or 17 alien races. I don't believe that we're anything special. We might be unique. I don't believe in any of that. Scientifically speaking, I do believe that it is plausible we've been visited from time to time. And it is plausible that somewhere along the line, something else inhabited this planet before we did. Because it makes sense. Maybe even helped us along. Could have even developed our religion if you start getting into the theology of things. So these are things that you need to start looking at in more detail. And you'll get there eventually, and you'll start asking those questions, and you'll start building those questions, and you'll start realizing that the paranormal is not just ghosts, and it's not just Bigfoot, and it's not just UFOs. It's everything undefined. Let's give you an example of that. There are several areas across the world called Devil's Triangles. Wisconsin has a Devil's Triangle outside of Menominee, Wisconsin. It has high electromagnetic fields. In fact, electromagnetic fields so high, some people can't go there at all. Most people, when they go to the bottom of this place, can't spend much more than 30 or 45 minutes in the location. without special gear involved, especially in specific areas, even though it's a small triangle. Off the edge, believe it or not, of a town, under a bridge that somebody built. It's been known for cars to break down in multiple other areas. During that process, the Devil's Triangle was actually found out to have organic material and organic material and physical insects that should have been dead for billions of years still growing there. That's paranormal. It's unexplained. We still can't explain it. We don't know why that vegetation is growing there. We don't know why those insects are just in that triangle. If they fly outside of that triangle, they literally die. So this gives you an idea that the paranormal is a lot larger and a lot more vast than you could possibly imagine. And those are the things that you need to really start looking into. Because I'll tell you, after 15 years of hunting ghosts, you're going to get bored. You're going to get curious. You want to know why? It's a boring job, guys. I'm just going to be upfront with you. 99.9% of the time you're out there, you're not going to run into a lot of paranormal situations. All right, you're in Wisconsin, April? I'll tell you what. I lived in Wisconsin for 5 years. Menominee, Wisconsin is one of the most active areas I ever ran into. I won't get into a lot of detail on that, but there is a unique spot in the center on an island that houses a bunch of dead Civil War people. It also was a hospital for a long time for several different diseases. On top of that, it's the centralized area for a lot of activity that goes all around the town. The Devil's Triangle is about 25 minutes out of Menominee, Wisconsin. There's an opera hall in Menominee, Wisconsin, believe it or not, that Ghost Hunters and Ghost Hunters International actually came in on the second one. That's a very interesting place if you ever get a chance to investigate it, or if you get a chance to go with investigators there. That has a haunted little girl in it. There's a bunch of amazing things, believe it or not, in Menominee, Wisconsin and surrounding areas when it comes to paranormal activity. So I would look into it if you're curious about the paranormal. It's a fascinating place. Yeah, you should. Absolutely. If it's only 2 hours away from me, absolutely. I'll tell you what, get with me on Facebook. Just look up Christopher Houston. And if you're not my friend, I'll go ahead and friend you. We will be doing some investigations here next year, I think, at the Opera House in Menominee. And then I'm going to another location that they keyed out for me. Stop in, tag along. You're welcome to. And we love to have people. A part of what I'm doing with my own show, which won't be on any major channels, but it will be on YouTube, guys, because I'm retiring from television. A short-lived career, by the way, guys. I was on several 15-minute, 20-minute slots here and there. Then I did 6 episodes, and TV's great. It was a great learning experience. It's just not for me. There's too much driving, too much stress, too much drama, too much away from home. I like my radio career. But we will be going to Wisconsin next year and several other locations. And those of you that are viewing this around there that are investigators and not investigators, a part of this process that we're going to be doing on my own, I have one show that we're going to be doing some science and some other things called Total Bullshit that I do encourage you to watch. It's a fun thing. So you guys will have fun with it and be able to release on that one. And then the other show that we've been discussing that I'm working on funding now for is just going to be about that. We're going to go out to locations. We're going to discuss those locations. We're going to investigate a little bit. We're going to invite people in. Hey, look, we're going to be at this location this week. If y'all want to tag along. Come see us. And we're going to be just showing you the real world of paranormal investigation, the camaraderie, the relationships, the goods, the bads, the drama, the not so drama. It's going to be like a reality live TV show. And you're going to find out by watching this. I apologize for my bad habit. You're going to find out by watching this that most of the time outside of social media, there's not a lot of drama. Social media drives us all nuts. It sends us in all kinds of different directions. It causes problems with teams. And there's daily ins and outs with other teams. But you'll find out for the most part that there's just a lot of good people out there and a lot of people that are curious that want to tag along and see how it goes. And you'll see the rat race of how media's changed things around a little bit to make, believe it or not, paranormal investigation is the 4th or 5th largest recreational entertainment and vacationing throughout the United States of America and Great Britain. So, you know, people often think of recreation as tennis or camping or blah, 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 blah. But paranormal's hit one of the top 5 for 11 years. And that's because 99% of us, 99% of you, even me, I love to go out and do it just to have fun. You go out because you want to be amazed. You want to see something. You believed in this for years, or you feel like you're different than somebody else. And there's nothing wrong with that, guys. So you go out and you're curious, and then eventually, because of something that happened to you or a relative, you may join a team or develop a team, or maybe you feel like you have abilities, which, by the way, if you do have abilities, join Lori Johnson. I'm joining her on helping teach on her website and a few other things on the reality of the paranormal and how you can advance your gifts, what you can look for, what you can't look for. She's a wonderful lady. Her classes sometimes are free, sometimes she charges for them. It depends on what environment. Everything that I do throughout the process of teaching you is free during that process. But I'll be joining along with her. She's going to be discussing how to utilize her gifts. I'm actually bringing her on a couple of my shows and so forth. But that's a whole other story. You'll find out that the paranormal is a different world than it's portrayed. My best advice to all of you in this process is don't do it on a whim alone and think you're going to succeed. A lot of people throughout the years go, I'm going to build a paranormal team. And then you learn experience. You go out and buy your gadgets, and then you set up your YouTube channel, and then you get tore apart. Because that's the media world. And you are going to get tore apart. I'm just going to be honest about it. Don't do that. Don't have that experience from somebody that's been there. When I went from the educational and academic world and speeches and teaching a lot of what I briefly covered here to the media world, all I wanted to do was tell people's story. I got ripped apart in a year and didn't even get a chance to get into production. I still have 20,000 hours of video footage sitting on this mean beast and Joel's mean beast, all in the situation that I got tore apart. I just got ripped apart. I wasn't expecting it. If you join a team that doesn't go on YouTube that often, that's serious about the paranormal, that you're willing to learn from, go to your universities, go to your conferences, listen to people, get some scientific background, ask a lot of questions, don't jump into it. Sure, go on a couple of weekend investigations, learn a little bit as you go, and then really think about what you want to do and how you can participate, and then utilize that. Most of my utilization these days is in teaching. I've been around the road for years. I've been through different cultures. I know a lot. I have connections with a lot of people. So I teach you what I've learned, and then I point you in the direction of other people to learn more. As an example, once again, you want to learn a little bit more. Hopefully he's great at it. I don't know with his speeches. Listen to the guy that's coming on next and his connections. There are some wonderful people out there that are very, very brilliant, and it frustrates them a lot of times because they want to express the real science that they're looking into. Sometimes it's plausible, sometimes it's not. But that's what we're all about. We need to take all of these theories and find out what works and what doesn't work and work together and find an avenue where we can come up with something that's unexplained and make it explainable. Once it's explainable, you move on and you're going to run into another question that's unexplainable. And another, and another, and another, and another, and another, and another. And when you start digging into history, scientists have been doing this for years. The government's been doing it in the USA for at least 40 or 50 years. Amazingly, some of that stuff leaks out every now and then. And amazingly, a lot of it doesn't. I could tell you all kinds of stories about that, guys. In fact, there are off-the-book skunk projects that would amaze you in audio frequencies alone. Some of them, which actually, believe it or not, can control the mind and put you in a mind state where you don't even know if you're awake or asleep. And you could wake up 3 hours later and be sitting on your couch and go, but all I remember is being in my car 5 miles down the road. Now my car's in the parking lot and I'm sitting on my couch. How'd I get here? Not kidding you, by the way. Not kidding you. It's a real test that happened throughout the years. all the way down to light infraction, brain communication. Some of these things failed miserably, like staring at goats, which everybody knows about. Some of these things were blue-balled for the meantime as being too dangerous, but they worked. Some of these are still going on today, from air projects all the way up to a dozen other things. So it's a lot of different things that is very, very interesting to dive into. There's a lot of things that would be fascinating to know about. I could talk your legs off about all of that, but I encourage you to dig into it yourself. Believe it or not, the internet can be a good tool if you move past all the nonsense and you start digging in. Your libraries, your phones, as an example, you're digging in and asking questions, and you're going to run into stumpers. You're going to run into a lot of different things that people will shut you up on. As another example, most people don't know this, but throughout the United States, there are actually beacons that created by the United States government that is now in junction with a subcontracted company that actually does monitor unidentified flying objects across the whole United States. And they have beacons that report the results, type it into a system, and then the government and anybody that can get access to it, you have to register, and then they have to approve you and so forth, that can get access to it can know an unidentified flying object before it ever gets on TV or media or video. And it pings, and then they say, okay, well, we heard somebody call this in on a police station, and we've registered it here. We don't know what it is yet. Oh, look, we've got somebody that did a video on YouTube almost instantly saying, what is this? We pinged it. We've got some information here. And then they list all the information so that everybody can go in there, and then they can go out and investigate it before anybody else. As an example, this is actually a government-funded project for years, and now it's a corporately funded project that gets money back from the United States of America. There are thousands of projects out there that most people don't know are out there because you just concentrate on looking for the UFO and what you see on TV. The paranormal is the same way, guys, when you talk about ghosts. Most of you don't understand things like the Ohio State University does a project every year to try to figure out ghost phenomenon. Every year they fund it. Michigan State University does one every 2 to 3 years. And they pick particular areas, but there are thousands of these projects, and they're backed by governments and universities usually and so forth. But you can get your questions answered a lot of times by doing that. Remote viewing, Anna, is a very fascinating thing. I have actually witnessed it, never done it myself. I've actually witnessed it and had the privilege of talking to some of the senior gentlemen that are very old now that were in some of the original remote viewing projects. I'm not even sure if they're still alive. They might be. It's been a long time since I talked to them. And I have a psychic medium that, believe it or not, I didn't believe in psychic mediums, guys, for years. I put up a $1,500 reward, and then my buddy Mike put up $1,000, and my other buddy Ron put up $1,000. So we had $3,500 reward for anybody that could get what we call above the 70 percentile barrier. In science, in order for you to even be questioned as a psychic medium, you have to break above 72% of everything accurate, and most people can't do it in a blind read. So I'll say her name again. Lori Johnson came onto a phone. I did not know her. She did not know me. And at that point, remote viewed at one point my whole house. Now, keep in mind, nobody's seen my house except for this room. But she remote viewed my whole house, told me about a room that was in terrible shape at the time with laundry piled up, even gave the colors of the laundry and the cabinet, and said, Lord have mercy, Chris, you need to clean that room. That's just a mess, son. You can do better than that. Told me what my wife looked like, which was sitting up in a chair, which she explained in detail. So I believe remote viewing is possible. And I believe the government was onto something there. It's a fascinating thing and a fascinating topic. I think we're about out of time, so I will let you go. It's been a pleasure, guys. But if you have any questions, feel free to look me up. And by all means, listen to everybody after me. They're great people.
Well, thank you so much, Chris, for coming on. And I look forward to hearing the questions the answers to the questions that you're going to be asked in the panel if you're going to come back at 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock your time.
Sure.
Okie dokie. Well,
And
thank
it
you
was
so much.
very informative, Chris. Very informative.
I appreciate it. I could talk for hours. So I'm sorry you guys didn't get a chance to see Joel, but I'm sure he's just out of network. It's a busy time of year for him. We're trying to get the new products out and running, so it's been rough.
Yeah, it's a busy time for everybody, but thank you so much, and we'll see you at the panel.
Yep.
And
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you. And our next guests are already in the green room. We are going to introduce you guys to Supernatural Inc., Brandon and Anna Cooper, and Katie Stafford.
Why am I the first one?
Well, because B is before. No,
Because you're
okay.
the silliest
before
looking.
everybody else.
Stop it, KD.
You were there first.
Okay, fair enough.
You guys
Fair
have fun and go for it.
Hi.
Hello, everyone.
I don't have a script. Hey, Anna.
Hey.
Hey, Brandon.
So, hello, KD of Ghosts of Devil's Perch and Ghosts
Yes.
of Morgan City.
Yes.
So, how about we start with what we build and what we do as an organization? Why don't you take that one?
Well, we build paranormal investigation equipment. Now our main wheelhouse is ghost boxes, ITC equipment, instrumental transcommunication equipment. But we do other things. We make static. I have a thing with static. I like static. I think that's got something to do with paranormal activity. So I like to make things that detect static. So we have our brand new static node. You can see that went out as soon as I touched it because I'm static charged. And here's the green one over here. You can see it's lit up now.
Well, it's got a blue light.
Ooh, see that? Okay, anyway, that's the new one that we have, and most of them they have it's just like it sticks onto a 9-volt battery. The LED goes out. This works the same way, except we put a little quick push button on ours so you can just turn it off easily, and you don't have to unplug it every time you use it. But also the top is glow in the dark, so it'll still be glowing even if the battery dies or something and is sitting in the floor somewhere because you were using it in a location, so nobody will step on it or whatever. I thought that was very useful. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. We'll just flash it up on the screen.
Yeah, there we
you
go.
See, we got a sale right now. Is it backwards?
Yeah.
Backwards?
No, it's just backwards to you. It's good here.
So the promo code is good until Monday.
Okay, there we go.
It's ParaCon 10.
I'm scared somebody's going to take this and meme me with it. I don't like holding up pieces of paper.
Anyways, so the static nodes, the red light is a limited edition.
Have a seat, honey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can't see you.
We're on for 30 minutes, so.
And now she's gone. Now she's gone.
Okay.
And she's back.
Down.
Anyways, so the red one is a limited edition. The static nodes are going to be a standard blue light in all of them.
Oh, I don't know what to do with my hands.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Joke.
Anyway.
Talladega. No. Oh yeah, I did. I probably did. Yeah, it's on now.
Okay. So what's this right here?
That's microcom. So we got microcoms. We're phasing out the nanocom S. So that's gonna become the microcom, and we'll have a replacement for the nanocom S in the future. But it's not gonna be a replacement. This is the replacement. It's gonna be like a more upgraded version of the nanocom S. I think there's a couple people that have them now. Nanocom X's.
Nanocom.
So,
I call them the SX, but
it's a nanocom X. Yeah. Technically I messed up. This should be the nanocom.
Yeah, well, Yeah.
The nanocom should have been the microcom, because when you
Right.
get into the measurement, like micro, you have micro and you have nano, smaller than micro. So, anyways, but I digress.
How dare you?
Turn it on.
Hey, look, it's on.
Let's see if we can. Hold on. This building's like a giant Faraday cage, so. The LED is flashing at about the same rate that the entire sweep across the band is right now. You can see it's shorter and longer.
That code is Paracon 10. Paracon 10, and the sale will go through Monday.
So also, we do have.
So we have these.
And I can tell you how many we have in stock, ready to ship.
Katie's got papers with words on them.
Okay, so we have 3 microcoms in stock, ready to ship. But they, like this one right here is it's called wine red and black.
Make sure you put in notes like what color specifically you
Yeah.
want. Also,
Yeah.
if you do order one, because it helps us. And we do have other colors too. I mean, there's other colors than what's listed. But anyways.
And then our ink box S's, we have 5 ink box S's in stock, ready to go. And here they are. They're already boxed up. We have them all boxed up and ready to go
Ready to go to their new home.
To their new
For
home, yes.
Christmas.
Yes.
Make somebody a nice Christmas present.
Also, what'd you do with the box and the flashlight that was here?
Oh, flashlight. It's right there.
Okay, so also we have the original. So then we have the original ink box. Now we have 2 of those ready in stock, ready to ship.
Sorry,
Beautiful, Katie. Beautiful.
And he has a tape deck in there. I wonder, it's probably no telling what he was like recording in there.
How's my band of light, y'all? So this is it. You want to hear how it sounds?
Want to hear it? Here it go.
Ready to go? I do. Okay. This is a quick demonstration. And it's got reverbs.
Yeah, reverb.
That's on shortwave right now. So this has 2 shortwave bands and AM and FM. And you can record. And you can record onto the cassette tape. Good. It is good. Can you say cassette tape? It's like cassette tape. I trip out. You can even make it sound very robotic. Speed down here. Got adjustable speed on it.
Yes, thank you. Yes, it is store.supernatural.inc.
Yeah. So that's that. This runs off of D batteries, and they last forever.
And then also the
We have a little brother.
I love the original. I love the original ink box S. So it's like a smaller version of the original ink box. And these are $125. And if you put in Paracon 10, you'll save 10% until Monday. So like I said, we have 5 of those ready. They're built. They're ready to ship out. And we also have, how many did I say we have? We have 8 static nodes ready to ship out. I don't know what color you're going to get. You might get red or blue.
What color do you want, Spirit? It's a green. It's a green.
Green? Okay.
Green. Blood? The blood?
Yeah, that's
We don't have blood. I mean, I have blood, but you can't have my blood.
Well, I think that maybe referencing to the color red. We're just gonna.
It's orange. Just tell your doctor.
Okay. Anyways, so we also have Brandon's stage bundle. So it comes with a tiger's eye. And I wanted to show you guys something with tiger's eye. Did you guys know that tiger's eye is magnetic? Which is that bag that I had sitting here?
A lot of it grows naturally with hematite.
What bag, babe? She's looking for her bag. Hold on a second. There's a bag over there, Katie. Over there.
Anna, what'd you just say about the
I put
tiger's eye?
stuff over there.
I said it frequently
Bag.
grows
Got the
with
bag?
hematite.
Yeah, I already had
She
everything.
has the bag, everybody.
So what was you saying?
We're cooking
What was
with
you
grease.
saying?
Nobody
Anna?
knows because Katie won't shut up.
Sorry.
I said
Anyway.
tiger's eye frequently grows with hematite.
That's correct. And so look at all the, I don't know if you guys can see
You got one,
the
Katie.
hematite. I mean, this is hematite, and then the tiger's eye is sticking to the tiger's eye because it's magnetic. So that's how you know you have a pure piece of the tiger's eye.
Go ahead. You're doing good. Carry on. Carry on.
Anyway, so
Carry on.
anyway, I'm going to whack you with this in the head. Anyways, we don't need a microphone, I don't think. I think everybody can hear us right now. So
I think the microphone sounds
there's
good. What do you think, Brandon?
there's no.
Hey, that looks like Andrew.
Oh,
That's
that's
my
just
cousin.
one. That's just one of the gnomes.
Did you say his name is Juan?
That's just
Juan.
one.
Oh, it's not just Juan. That's just one.
One. Yes.
I thought you were saying his name was Juan.
No.
I
That's
mean,
a
it
good
could be.
name.
That's a good gnome name. Gnome name.
So how does
I-
this sound over? How does this sound through the microphone?
It actually sounds kind of like you're talking in a microphone that you got at the dollar store.
Well, that's not a microphone I got at the dollar store.
No, but you asked me what it sounded like.
Well, that's not
So-
very good.
I don't know. I don't know what to do with my hands.
You don't know what the right answer is.
I don't. What? Well, no matter what answer you give me, the drill instructor will beat me harder.
Nice pull,
Also, real quick, so over here, I don't know if you guys can see, I've got various sizes of fluorite. They measure. Let me go back over here and see. Fluorite measures 1.7 inches, so 1 3/4 of an inch.
It's gone off the rails.
1.75 inches.
And they also weigh in between 20 to 28 grams.
28 G's, y'all.
No, I'm
That's how
sorry.
much the OZ
No,
is.
I'm sorry. They weigh between 20 and 23 grams. That's how much they weigh.
That's shy of an OZ.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what a reality TV star acts like when he's not on the big camera.
What, like a child?
You sound like you're talking in a trash can. It's
That's
amazing.
what that girl just said.
Anyway, so all the stones will be hit.
Maybe I am in a trash can.
Anyway, so the stones. We don't need this microphone. Put it up.
Yeah, it's too much
Turn
reverb.
the echo off.
Anyway, so the
There. How's that? Is that better?
That's much better.
we
Yes.
you know we only have 30 minutes. Okay, so the fluorite towers and all the other crystals and stones, I will place those on the website at store.supernatural.inc tonight. That's why I am running the promo Paracon 10.
Yeah.
Paracon 10.
Until Monday because I'm still going to
Paracon
post
10.
all these beautiful
Katie, you're
beautiful
so
crystals. I have some very special ones. I have a desert,
Like on the microphone.
a desert sand,
Don't touch my mic.
a rose desert sand.
Agreed,
stone.
Denise.
By the way, that's my flashlight. I've been looking for that flashlight.
This not
I thought you left it here.
Is it, are you sure?
That,
Got your
yes,
name
I'm
on it?
positive. I know. That's fine. Yes.
What? That's
I think
okay.
Katie's saying
I give up.
Wait, what was the new one that I bought?
Look,
What was
Anna's
the
going
new
to
one
pull
that I
out
bought,
the.
Katie?
I have no idea, Katie.
It's
I was
that
going
one
to
where
try,
it
but it's not
searches
fitting
for
here.
the what is it called?
I have no idea, Katie.
It's waterproof, and I paid $4.99 for it.
No clue.
Whatever. Fine, I have
Welcome
a
to
better
Supernatural
one.
Inc. It's a 3-ring circus.
I can't. I can't hear.
Turning into that, isn't it?
You need to turn
I
your
like it,
volume
though.
up, Brandon. I can't hear you,
You
Mr.
had to say
Shaman.
something,
Can you hear
Brandon,
me now?
about her
How's that?
flash. No, it's not that. It's because I'm using my phone to do
No,
this.
okay.
stuff.
Your volume is.
No, it's just when I use StreamYard. Like StreamYard, I can't hear the audio from it very well.
The
Cannot
background
understand you
music
with the
is also
microphone.
Oh,
a
okay.
little
My bad.
distracting.
So let's introduce the world to the newest member of Supernatural Inc. My beautiful, beautiful wife, Anna. Say hello to the world, Anna.
Hello.
So,
She is
so
a
Anna.
psychic medium in training. Go ahead.
Well, Anna will be helping. Brandon helps. In the shop, obviously. When he's here, and so Anna, I'm assuming, will also help with combining that ITC technology with metaphysical things. But we'll work it out in the future. But our investigative team is Paranormal Task Force. Supernatural Inc. Paranormal, we don't have an investigative team. Now, we will come out, obviously, investigate with our custom equipment. And basically, the only way you're going to see custom equipment that we don't show on Facebook or on social media or on our website is by going to these Paracons and events. We do have a new Supernatural Inc. Paranormal box coming out in 2023. I want to call it the Plasma Edition, but I don't know. We're going to have to draw straws because me and Katie are kind of like, I declare thumb war. So we'll all figure it out. But yeah.
I see a 13-hour drive in my future. I'm going to have.
Yes.
I have to solve that.
Oh, I forgot to put the MAD out, the MAD.
I know you did.
So the MAD is the motion anomaly detection device. If you go on to Supernatural Inc. Paranormal on YouTube, you'll see a video on there. It's called MAD. It's the MAD. And it will explain to you what the MAD does. It's a very intricate.
It basically looks for changes in static electricity, and it can tell you if something is moving towards or away from it.
Right, but it also detects various different protons.
No, we'll leave it simple. It detects static.
Okay, okay, we won't get nerdy, but whatever.
It detects static, something moving towards it or away from it. And it's very staticky in here right now. That's why this static node won't even come on.
Well,
unless I get near it, which is kind of weird. Yeah, because now it's doing it when it's.
Well, that's why I have these set up on a piece of tile.
See, now this will give you a light and a buzzer to tell you if something's coming towards it and then if something's moving away from it.
Will it? Will
So
it really?
towards it,
Thank you, Denise, for putting
away
up the
from
link,
it.
link
There
for
you
that.
go.
Yes, thank you, Denise. And,
Anyway.
the upgraded version will be the pissed off, so you can have the mad and then the
Yes.
pissed off.
It'll be the POD.
This device right here, we do have, I believe,
I've got plenty.
yeah, we have 7 of these ready in stock to ship. Okay, so we have 2 original Inkbox S's ready in stock, ready to ship without any customization. We have 5 Inkbox S's in stock, ready to ship without any customization. We have 3.
No, you're not.
No, I'm sorry. 2 microcoms. We have 2 microcoms in stock, ready to shop without any customization.
shop.
To ship. To ship.
Subliminal messaging.
And then we have 8 static nodes in stock, ready to ship as well. And let's hit up some of the crystals here.
Hit 'em
yeah,
up.
we have,
Oh,
can you please be careful with that? That's very expensive.
Oh,
that's
my bad.
expensive. That's
What are you
expensive.
throwing around, Katie?
Oh my god. Okay, so
Oh, it's just
He doesn't even know.
also whenever you order, move Brandon's.
what the sage packet is.
Yeah, so whenever you order a sage bundle, you get 1 sage bundle with 1 tiger's eye, and it comes packaged like this. Okay, it's vacuum sealed.
For your protection. Vacuum
Yeah.
sealed for your protection.
No, it doesn't come with a free mushroom.
Oh, okay.
That's actually a
Keep going.
that is a
Let me derail
mahogany.
you. I'm sorry.
No, that's a mahogany obsidian quartz mushroom. By the way, that's a
Yes.
mahogany obsidian quartz mushroom. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And
Mahogany
it's tall.
obsidian.
It's 2 inches tall and it weighs 44 grams, and it's only $15. But if you put in your promo code, okay,
It's mahogany like Lil Wayne's dashboard.
Yeah.
I knew he was going to say something like that. Anyways,
He made a song about it.
What?
The guys have officially gone to high school again.
This is what happens when Katie and I get together.
Every time.
also, I was talking to Brandon, and Brandon, remember I told you I was having a hard time finding
Yes.
the buffalo feather.
Because buffaloes don't have feathers.
Yeah, but they have wings.
True. Now
Thank
that
Stop it.
that
Stop
should be investigated.
Yes, sir.
Wings? No.
No,
Buffalo wings?
Buffalo wings. Buffaloes have wings, man.
they do.
So, but these
They're
are
wild.
buffalo bone feathers.
And I wear one around my necklace at all times.
Yes.
He wears
yes.
one around his beard.
Around the beard with
He
its
doesn't
own
have a
zip code.
neck. He just has a beard and a head that sits on top of it.
That's right.
Hey, Anna, you should put some braids and stuff.
Hey, yeah, you could do like what? Who was the?
He has been known to wear a beard rune or
Who is
two
the pi-
at times.
Lou, you talking about Captain
pirate.
Jack
Yes.
Sparrow?
Jack.
No, not
Jack
Jack Sparrow. No, the original. He was a real dude. Blackbeard.
Oh, yeah.
He used to put like gunpowder
Candles.
in his beard and stuff and light it off during combat, and, like scare
I could do
people.
that once, probably.
Yeah, dude. When you do, make sure that I'm there and I get to video it.
Or that I have a
That
camera.
shit's going on
Yeah.
YouTube.
That will happen.
How much longer do we have?
I think we've got like 5 more minutes of this wild train ride.
Okay, real quick, Brandon, tell us the event that's coming up in Pickens.
Hey, so we've got a Paracon, guys, coming up in March 24th through 26th. It's called The Haunting at the Mill. And we've got a lot of good speakers. We've probably got 10 speakers lined up, 15 vendors. It's never been... Hey, there it is. Thank you, Carl.
Yes, awesome.
It
Look at
has
that.
never been investigated. Tickets are on sale now on our Eventbrite, but you can find it on Facebook if you just search "The Haunting at the Mill." It will pop up, and all the information is there. It's gonna be great. You're gonna get to see the entire Supernatural Inc. team together, which is rare to have all of us together.
Yeah.
The majority. I don't think Doug will be there. But
Yeah,
Oh,
Doug,
yeah.
yeah.
Well,
But
almost everybody.
Almost everybody.
right. So also, who is coming on your show this weekend for your Shaman Sunday?
Oh, I have Greg Koss coming on
Greg Koss will be
Sunday for Shaman Sundays.
awesome.
And we have a brand new intro that we will be debuting Sunday. So I hope everybody likes it.
Awesome. And real quick, Katie, turn this box on.
Turn that box on.
This is not our box. Well, I mean, we built the box, but we don't own it. It's got a really cool plasma little thing at the top there. It's really cool.
Gunshot. Oh, sorry.
That's a Legba box.
But it has AM, FM.
Yeah, this one's switchable between AM, FM. It's got a static suppression noise killer knob on it. You can turn and kill the static. It's got audio input. It's got built-in AM, FM ghost box in it, but it also has audio input jack, so you can run whatever ghost box you want through it. Also, and it'll still go through the effect chain and everything. So this one here is really cool.
This one was.
I got another one that I'll be done with this week, and that's the one for Matt Waddell. And that one I've been working on for a long time. It's got a TV screen on it and stuff too. So
Yeah, this one's very intricate. Has a lot of functionalities on it, and that is because that person ordered it like that. They wanted a custom-made box. So we do customization boxes. They do take us a long time to produce because there's a lot of functionalities on there. So just kind of keep that in mind when you order a customized box, unless you just want a standard box. With your own enclosure, I believe, like with the Detroit Paranormal Expedition, they sent in an old antique box, and they just wanted a basic sweep mechanism.
the cool thing about this one, though,
Yeah, with the
is you
mic.
can ask questions through the same speaker.
We gotta turn the mic
In case the
portion down.
ghosts are hard of hearing. Got it.
Turn the mic portion down. Yeah, you gotta turn the mic.
Yeah. So, like, because one of my theories is that if we can hear ghosts through electronics, then maybe ghosts can hear us if we project our voice through electronics as well. So, anyway.
Anyways, that's something we're working on in the future. So, anyways, yeah. So
Ball's rolling away, man.
Oh no! Please
2
don't break
minutes.
that.
2
Got
minutes.
it. I got it.
I got this huge. I got this beautiful, huge rose quartz spear. It is the best time to purchase these. I've been collecting these for 5 years,
1 minute.
and we're gonna leave it there because this one is really gonna lose his balls here in a minute.
So we've got a sale once again going on until Monday. The promo code Paracon10. Paracon10 will get you 10% off our entire catalog at store.supernatural.inc.
Yes, and I will be posting the rest of our crystals and metaphysical items this evening throughout tomorrow. That's why I'm extending the promo fair content until Monday. So thank you guys.
And we will see you guys at the panel at 9.
Yes,
Great.
I will be on the panel at 9. And I thank you guys for having us on. We love you guys. Thank you, and Merry Christmas to everyone.
Merry Christmas, and thank you, and we appreciate you guys coming on, and we'll see you in about an hour.
Yes,
Yep.
God bless. Thank you.
Bye,
Thank
buddy.
you.
Bye.
And what's good is our next guest is already here, which is great. Alex Matsuo. She's been a recent guest on the show, on both shows recently. So what's good is that she has got a presentation that is going to knock your socks off, and hopefully she's doing what she said she was doing. What to talk to spirits about besides trauma, which is always important to know. So I'd like to welcome Alex Matsuo to No Travel Required.
Hello, hello. Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you so much. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go. Let's see. Let's hopefully the presentation comes up like it's supposed to. This will be an interesting adventure. We'll all find out together. This is the first time I've been streaming from this is the first time I've been streaming from this platform. So we'll see how it goes. Okay. So I'm gonna do a couple things here. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Denise, Ron, and Carl for having me. This has been I watched a few of the presentations before this, and this was amazing. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm going to do a couple things to get rolling. Let's see. Let's do. All right. Sorry, y'all. This is my first time doing this from StreamYard and from a second screen. So this is going to be interesting. Let's do this. Let's see if that works. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. So I'm looking forward to showing you all this presentation. To be honest, I have done this presentation. The first time I did it was for Paranormal, if any of you are familiar with Paranormal. And then the other time I've done it was at Mass Paracon that was put on by Sam Baltrusis early November. So yeah, so this is gonna be interesting. So I'm excited to present this, and yeah, okay, there we go. Now I've figured it out. Okay. So hopefully everyone's having a good evening. Feel free to put in the chat where are you watching from and how the SuperCon is going so far. And there we go. Just waiting for everything to load. All right. Perfect. So my slides are loading right now. Sorry, Denise and Ron and Carl, I should have done this earlier. But yeah, I'm excited to show this presentation. Hopefully it will resonate with you all, or you might enjoy it. I'm going to talk about, as Denise said, how to talk to ghosts, or how to talk about other things besides trauma. So going to present. See how this goes. Denise, I may need some help because I don't know if the slides are showing. I hit present, but I don't see anything. Okay, well, if that's the case, then I will just I guess I'll just talk through it. Guess this is, yeah. Okay. All right, well, I guess I'm just gonna go give this a shot. I don't know if people can see my slides or not, so this is gonna be an interesting, there we go. Whew, okay, there it is. Okay, oh, I'm so relieved. Okay, so things to talk to ghosts about besides trauma. I'll go ahead and get rolling on this. Just as a content warning, there may be some uncomfortable topics that come up, like murder, assault, and that sort of thing. Some things that could be upsetting for some people. Just a little bit about me. My name is Alex Matsuo. I am the founder and the director of the Association of Paranormal Study. Been on TV a few times. I was on Most Terrifying Places in America in 2018. And in 2021, I was on the TV show Haunted Hospitals, sharing my story about an attachment that I had gotten after a devastating car accident. In 2020, I think it was 2020, 2019, I started something called The Spooky Stuff, and that is my current handle. It's basically my own personal like endeavor in the paranormal and like studies and all that good stuff. I'm on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. And also, just as a fun fact, I got my MA in theater from San Diego State. Go Aztecs if there's any Aztecs in here. And I currently reside in the DC metro area. So I'm only like 15 minutes away from Washington, DC on a good traffic day, maybe even 10 minutes. All right. So just some housekeeping things that I like to talk about with this presentation. So moving forward, I'm going to talk as if, ghosts and spirits have been proven to be real. I won't be really talking about whether or not ghosts are real. My skeptic side is taking a break for the evening. And I may use the terms ghosts and spirits interchangeably. So usually I try to keep to spirits, but sometimes ghost does poke through. So let's talk about current paranormal investigating. So at least what we see on TV, what we see in like the media-based, paranormal entertainment, we do see a lot of things being said like, give us a sign of your presence. We talk about traumatic events for the sake of getting a response, which, I don't know how I feel about that. I've always felt a bit funny about that. It's definitely been a interesting thing, and a lot of like newer paranormal investigators, when they're first breaking into this, they will tend to emulate or replicate what they see on TV. That's how a lot of us got our start. I'm from a generation where when Ghost Hunters, the original show, first came out, 2004-ish, I had just graduated from high school. So that was, and besides MTV Sphere, I don't know who all remembers MTV Sphere, but that was very much, the whole basis of like, of paranormal. So, it's definitely one of those really interesting things there we do experience. So, anyway, so we're moving on to this whole provoking with trauma to get a response. And what that does to spirits is that puts spirits in like the other, if that makes sense. We tend to put them in this category that's, not on the same level as, someone who's alive. Like the things that we say to spirits, we wouldn't say to somebody who's living. At least that's what tends to happen a lot with, a lot of paranormal investigating. And I am getting a couple comments about my microphone. So from one person, hopefully those issues are resolved. If not, I will try to fix that. Well, it's a little late. All right. So let's keep going. So let's talk about how we currently deal with, paranormal investigating. I've noticed that, myself included, that we tend to use ghost hunting or paranormal investigating as a way to process trauma. I think paranormal investigating has given us this really unique space to handle uncomfortable topics, meaning that sometimes we may feel a little braver talking about more difficult things. And I don't know if that could be, is it because, we're speaking into an empty space, whether or not we see a spirit. We're with people on our teams or in our ghost hunting groups that we trust more, so we can feel a bit more vulnerable to share. It seems that in the paranormal investigating space, we tend to be a bit braver with things that we discuss and what we talk about. So with that bravery comes with the idea that, we may say things, like I mentioned in the previous slide, we may say things that we wouldn't say to the living. So, which means we could say things that could unintentionally upset both the living and the dead, if that makes sense. So that's definitely one of those things that we have to keep in mind. All right. So let's talk about, something something that's going on in their shoes. So let's talk about how we revisit things. So when we put our in the ghost shoes, when I say in their shoes, I mean with the spirits. So, when we're revisiting our own trauma, when we're revisiting our own trauma and the spirit's trauma, there could be a couple of things, different things going on here. It could be, I don't know, there could be a couple things going on. So I know that when I was telling my own story for, with haunted hospitals, I was telling my trauma, my traumatic story over and over and over and over again, to the point where every time I was telling my own story, I found myself in a position where I really didn't want to talk about it anymore. And it was definitely one of those things where I didn't really want to, I found myself having a physical response to revisiting my trauma over and over and over again. Especially when I was talking about the details of my car accident, because a lot of people want to know, I had this devastating car accident, they want to know the nitty gritty details. And I found that the more often I talked about that car accident, it was like 2006 all over again, where, I was talking to the police, talking to a lawyer, talking to, talking to my friends, talking to my family, and having to rehash it over and over again. And telling my story over and over again, it just made me kind of realize, okay, so thinking about it in a paranormal sense, there's these teams and these groups coming in almost, and with some of the more popular locations, almost on a daily basis, where they're being asked about their trauma over and over and over again. And for me, if that was affecting me in such a way, then I'm pretty sure that that's affecting the spirits in a similar way. They may not get that physical reaction because they don't have their physical bodies anymore, but there's still a psychological reaction to it that's a bit troubling. So, and I'm like, oh my gosh, has this been what I've been putting spirits through when I'm doing any sort of paranormal investigating? So that was really what brought me into that headspace of, okay, something weird is happening here. So, and how is it affecting the deceased? So, so if we are asking the spirits to relive their trauma, or asking questions like, oh, do you know that you're dead? Or basically, oh, tell me about how your wife left you, or let's talk about how when you lost your kid, or, things like that. Certainly those things can get reactions, but is it the reaction that we want to get? Is it positive? And when we bring in the topic of trauma, could this be why we get things on the field like silence, no response at all, besides, the possibility that the place is haunted, but could it be why we get aggressive responses too? So, how many times do investigators go out there and, they get scratched, or they get hit or slapped, or they start to feel physically ill? Is there a chance that bringing up trauma could elicit that, where somebody, or even a more sensitive investigator, could be experiencing, reliving that moment because the spirit is essentially channeling through them? Could talking about trauma elicit responses like this? So I'm proposing, and I would like to make a case that using an empathetic approach to investigating can actually bring about not just more positive interactions from spirits, but it doesn't cause, trauma. It doesn't cause negative feelings, or PTSD, so to speak. So the first case I'm going to talk about is the Trivet Clinic. The Trivet Clinic is a location that I investigate often. It is in Hamptonville, North Carolina. It is a haunted hospital it's a former hospital. This place has worn many hats. It's been a hospital, it's been a nursing home, it's been a supper club, it's been a detox center, it's been a residence, it's a plant nursery now. It's worn many hats, but the heart of the history of the Trivet Clinic is tied to being a hospital. It was one of those really rural clinics in North Carolina where people would get their tonsils taken out. Babies were born at this clinic. There were a few deaths, as most clinics will have that kind of history. And some of the popular ghost stories with the Trivet Clinic is, a little girl named Majesty haunts the basement. Dr. Trivet, who started the clinic, is still there supposedly. There's patients from the nursing home who are residing there as well. Possibly some employees from the plant nursery in the 60s and 70s are still there. But there is one particular person that not necessarily popular in the Trivet Clinic lore, but somebody that I think maybe wants to have a voice. I had learned about a spirit of a woman. I didn't associate her as being one of the spirits of the Trivet Clinic until a little bit later, but her name is Gwendolyn. And she is the wife of Dr. Trivet. She was a singer, had aspirations to be an opera singer. Her dreams kind of got dashed a bit and didn't get a chance to have a professional career as an opera singer. So she ended up going back to North Carolina with Dr. Trivet when he opened his clinic and such. But she loved to sing. That was her thing. And I don't know, her story just really resonated with me because, as I mentioned before earlier when I introduced myself, I do have a theater degree. So, I had those aspirations too, go to New York and all that stuff. And, obviously that didn't happen because I'm here. I love that I'm here, by the way. But I could relate to that. I could relate to that. And, and I kind of felt like either her or somebody with a similar energy was around, but I didn't really speak it out loud. And it wasn't until I had been there with a psychic medium, in the basement, and we were trying to talk to, the little girl in the basement named Majesty. We had played ball with Majesty. We had done that whole bit. And my psychic medium had felt the presence of another person around. And she's like, oh, it's an adult woman. And I just started naming off like the names that I knew of any adult females that was, residing in the Trivet Clinic, especially in the basement. And none of them, we didn't really get any sort of reactions either from my psychic medium or from the equipment that we had. And finally, again, I felt that same familiar energy. And I thought, okay, well, maybe I'll just go ahead and say her name. Could this be Gwendolyn? And when I said that, all of the equipment started going off, just like little blinks and lights. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. So I wanted to, because I knew of Gwendolyn's story, especially she wanted to be an opera singer and her dreams kind of got dashed a bit. I wanted to basically share like a musical moment with her, if you will. So I was trying to think of like relevant opera at the time. And, I was trying to think, and I'm thinking like, okay, what opera was really popular at that time? And the only one I could really land on was Musetta's Waltz. So I was like, okay, well, let's do Musetta's Waltz. So I started from Puccini's La Bohème. So that was essentially what I ended up putting on. So yeah. So once I started playing Musetta's Waltz, I kid you not, everything just started, the lights all started blinking on our K2 meters, REM pods, equipment that was all over the basement and not just nearby, all started all started going off. And I will tell you, it was an emotional experience. It was quite an emotional experience. And by the time the song was over, by the time the song wasn't playing anymore, my fellow investigator, the psychic medium that was with us, we were all in tears. We were all in tears. And I felt like we had done something here that really resonated with, the spirit that was there, whether that was, Gwendolyn herself. It was somebody that listened and appreciated it. So instead of going in with 20 questions with Gwendolyn, I just started playing music. We just started playing music for her. So that was taking a different approach than what traditionally I was used to. Here's another one. Here's another use case. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the cabin on 360 in Mechanicsville, Virginia. I had just investigated there for the first time 6 months ago. And one of the buildings on the property is the Elliott House. And sadly, and this is where my disclaimer comes in. So sadly with the Elliott House, that was the home of Melissa Carol Elliott. She met a very awful end to her life at the hand of her half-brother. I'm not going to elaborate here in this presentation because I don't want to get the page Facebook banned, but look up Melissa Carol Elliott and her story and you'll be horrified. And I did, when I talked to a couple of investigators that I know who had been there before, they immediately leaned on talking about how Melissa's life ended whenever they go into the Elliott House. And the other thing with the Elliott House is it is believed that there is a darker spirit there. Some would even venture to say that there's possibly a demon at this house. And I try to go in with a little, with less bias if I can. It can be hard, like just knowing exactly what happened, in the house can just create a bias right away. So I really had to fight against my own bias. But, a lot of the investigators that I had talked to who had been there before, were telling me, how they would go in and ask Melissa about how she passed. And immediately I'm thinking, like, knowing how she had and how her life had ended, I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I could even handle that conversation. So when we went, my team consisted of myself and 2 other male identifying investigators. So when we were in Melissa's room asking questions, and I noticed whenever the guys asked questions, she didn't really answer, or she didn't really, like, there wasn't a lot of activity as opposed to if I asked the questions, which, looking back, that makes more sense considering how Melissa's life had ended. She may not have been more receptive to the male investigators asking questions. So I thought about, okay, well, what would a teenage girl from the 70s want to talk about? How would that happen? What kind of things would we talk about? So I asked about singing, or I asked about music. I brought up things like the Partridge Family, the Osmonds, David Cassidy, things like that. I was thinking, like, okay, who are some popular music artists, or poster boys back then? Who were the big celebrities around that time? So I just started saying names, and interestingly enough, we started getting some responses. So I think going in there and not asking Melissa about, how her life had ended, I think going in there and just asking, like, hey, fun things, more fun topics, lighthearted topics, I think that maybe made a difference. And I will say, at least to me, the energy didn't feel nearly as heavy as it did when I had first gone into the house. I think a lot of that heavier energy may have had something to do with, what had happened there before, but also people fixating on that awful event, and it just kind of manifests into the space. Now, one of my investigators did start to feel a bit like he was being affected by the negative entity in there, so we ended up leaving the house. But I think there's something to be said about going in there and not just, talking about this poor girl's trauma. So, So here's another one. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the battleship North Carolina or the USS North Carolina in Wilmington, North Carolina, but it's a very famous battleship. It's also a well-known haunted spot in the area. It's a very popular space for investigators all over the world. The very first time that my team and I had gone to the battleship North Carolina, we decided to take a page out of the method known as the ghost excavation method. And this has been coined by a man named John Sable. And what John Sable will do on these investigations is that he will dress up in period clothing. He will dress up in period clothing and basically do scenarios. And it's a very fascinating method. And so my team and I decided to adopt that method a bit. So we had dressed up in period clothing. So, you know, wearing the dresses and styling our hair a certain way, you know, really trying to look like we were from that time period. And, you know, we had done our research too. We also brought pinup photos, cigarettes. We didn't smoke them, but they, you know, we heard that the sailors appreciate some cigarettes, and we also brought music with us. So trying to make sense of our presence on the ship was going to be a bit challenging because we were female and we were dressed in civilian clothing. And it's like, okay, how do you justify civilian women on the ship? That kind of thing. But I think we made it work. We used a scenario based on more of like, hey, you know, we want to go out on the town. Are there any sailors who want to take us out? What was interesting is we got a lot of activity. One of my team members' skirts even got flipped up. So we did get some activity, but anytime that we had asked about World War II, which was the war that the battleship North Carolina participated in, whenever we asked about World War II, we were met with silence, like no response at all. Again, it's a traumatic event. Why would we ask that question? And also, that particular generation really didn't talk about those kinds of things. So to not get a response at all, especially with, you know, a group of civilian women, that makes sense. You know, why would they talk to us about that? So we kept the subject to more lighthearted topics, you know, like being taken out on the night on the town, and we did get some really interesting activity and some interesting responses. So I think by not leaning on trauma, I think we had different experiences, not necessarily, you know, really dramatic experiences, but we still had experiences. They just weren't based in like scary stuff. So, and there was another one. There was one other one, interesting thing that happened during a different visit to the battleship North Carolina. Now, in this particular visit, we did not dress up in period clothing this time, and I found that the activity and the reactions were a bit different this time around. I felt like I got more residual activity than anything conscious or intelligent. So I think that's something to be said. And we also had more male identifying investigators on this trip too. So it makes you wonder. So, all right, back to the slide. Why avoid trauma? So why should we avoid the topic of trauma? So meaning like deaths in the family, that spirit's personal death or demise, national tragedies, wars, famine, you know, that sort of thing. Why do we want to avoid all of that? Well, I mean, unless you're one of those people that has access to a location on a regular basis where you've built that rapport with the spirits, 9 times out of 10 when investigators are going into these haunted spaces, it's usually their first time. And sometimes it's their only time. And how many of us have talked about trauma with a stranger? I know some people may trauma dump on strangers, but how many of us actually will tell our personal stories and spill details about our personal lives to strangers? I can only speak for myself, but I think I can confidently say that that's not something I would do. I would have to earn trust with that, with like a living person, before I would even share things about my personal life with them. So, and if someone were to ask me about the trauma in my life, I don't know if I would trust them right away. In fact, I may be a bit taken aback or thrown off if somebody was asking me about my trauma right off the bat. So, so I think there's a couple reasons to avoid the topic of trauma on an investigation. So, like, I think it helps you earn trust from the spirits, because that's really, I think, we should emphasize more in ghost hunting practices and paranormal investigation practices. It's like, well, how even if you don't believe in it, or you don't believe in spirits, but you're on the investigation, I think there's steps that you can still take to try to earn trust from a spirit. At least just give it a shot. You know, ask just more generic questions that aren't so detailed. You know, things like, how are you today? What's your favorite food? You know, or what was the last book you read? Or what's your favorite book? Music, you know, like playing Musetta's Waltz when I thought Gwendolyn was around. So going in more generic. Now, also, I think this next bullet is important, avoiding that bias. It's like with the Melissa Elliott situation, going into the Elliott house and knowing what happened there. Already knowing the events that had occurred at this house, I already had that bias. When I went to the Lizzie Borden house a few weeks ago, I already knew what happened there. I already knew about this terrible tragedy that happened to Andrew and Abby Borden. So when I was in the spot where Abby Borden was found, I mean, I couldn't help but feel those chills because I already knew. And that tainted my initial impressions of the house because I already knew. And it's like, it's that constant battle too of having to fight that bias over and over and over again to make sure that I'm not letting that taint the conversation. Also, when you avoid the topic of trauma in an investigation, it helps you create a more genuine connection to the spirits. You know, I find that if I share bits and pieces of my life with them, you know, saying, hey, my name is Alex. I live in Virginia. I live in the DC metro area, or I live in the DC area, depending if they know what DC is at the time. If I'm talking to someone further into the past, I may just say Northern Virginia. You know, I have cats and I'm married, and, you know, just very much sharing my own story, because I found in the investigation field over the years that when we've shared our personal stories, it seems like the spirits are more willing to share, because, you know, there's a more even exchange of information there. I think something as simple as just introducing yourself can make a huge difference. Or it's like, oh, I have children, and or I live with my parents, or, you know, something like that. Just sharing bits and pieces, because sometimes traditional ghost hunting practices can be very one-sided, meaning that the investigator is constantly asking the ghost or the spirit to tell their story, but then the investigator doesn't share their story. So I think there needs to be a more even exchange of information in order to, you know, to have a more productive conversation. So, yeah. So let's say that everyone's on board with, you know, hey, let's try to avoid trauma during a paranormal investigation. Well, what do we talk about? This is something that you would definitely need to, you know, do some research, explore on your own. I like to try to keep the questions as generic as possible because, again, bias, you know, just because I'm investigating a house that was standing during the Revolutionary War period, I can't assume that I'm talking to a spirit from the Revolutionary War. For example, when I go to Gettysburg, I can't Gettysburg. I only live 90 minutes away from Gettysburg now, and so I'm there much more often. I will say, when I've gone up there, most of the spirits there that I've interacted with were from the Civil War, but I believe to have communicated with several spirits who were not from the Civil War. I've spoken to a spirit from the 80s. I spoke to a spirit from like 10 years ago. So, and they just happen to reside in like in a Civil War era house, you know. So we really have to try to avoid that bias. So I try to keep those questions as generic as possible, and they will help me zero in on the time period that I'm talking to. So if I say, just talk to them about like foods. Foods is a great one. Or I may ask questions like, who's the president? Where do you live? And, that kind of thing. But I found the most effective way to go in with a paranormal investigation, at least when it comes to speaking topics, is exploring like what makes them happy. What makes them happy? What brings them joy? I will say, if you ask me about, what makes me happy and what brings me joy, I'm going to be way more enthusiastic to talk. I don't know if I would want to talk about, the most terrible day of my life. But I'll be sure as heck, be enthusiastic to talk about my cats or my husband or, my theories on ghost stories, or my favorite movie, my favorite book. Another thing that could be explored is, what does the space look like to them? Like what does the spirit see around them? Do they see the old decrepit building that you're sitting in? Or do they see like a vibrant music room? Or do they see like the fresh paint on the walls? And, do they see period clothing? What do they see around them? Now, granted, I will say that these topics are not trauma proof. Like there could be questions that you could ask like about children that could bring about, a certain level of trauma. But I think the intention, as long as your intention is not to inflict more harm, I feel like, you will be okay. And, just approaching these topics with sensitivity. Another thing that I like to talk about with spirits is like their favorite foods. Oddly enough, I've gotten a lot of recipes, especially from like more 19th century spirits. It's almost turned into like this paranormal recipe swap. I'm actually going to work on a cookbook, by the way, about that, which I don't know how good the recipes are going to taste, but I'll try them for myself and let you know. But, their favorite foods, favorite colors. Were they in love? Did they have children? Did they go to school? Did they study at university? Or, what was their job, their occupation? I mean, I know if you ask me about my job, I might get a little bit of PTSD, but that's just kind of how things work right now. But there's so many other topics that we can bring up or talk about that doesn't include, talking about those more difficult topics. Now, is there a time where you may be able to talk about the more difficult things? Sure. I think after you've built that trust with the spirit and you've really have proven you're approaching the topic with sensitivity and empathy, I think if they bring it up, that's going to be your clearest sign that, hey, let's go ahead and just talk about this and dive in. But again, approaching it with empathy as much as you can. I'm going to take a sip of water. Approaching with empathy as much as you can is going to be the key here. Because yes, I think there is a time that you could talk about these tough topics, but also trying to keep the context in mind as well. Definitely is going to be important to, So that's my thoughts. Here are some other topics to explore. College sports. There's one location that a friend of mine in Charlotte investigates. Apparently the spirit there is very well invested into UNC football and basketball, which dates back, several decades. But there's a spirit at one of the locations that she investigates who's really invested in University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and the sports. And so every time she goes there and investigates, she will update this spirit on like the football scores or the basketball, like, Chapel Hill won this basketball game, and they'll get physical responses. And I find that to be so endearing, I can tell you once my uncle goes to the other side, which hopefully is not for a long time, he's going to want to know how the Chargers are doing, and the San Diego Padres. He's going to want to know how, his favorite sports teams are doing, I'm sure. So photos could be another topic to explore as well. Something else to think about. And also by asking all of these questions and bringing up these topics, it will help you pinpoint exactly who you're talking to. And the time period that they're from. So, like I said, we can't assume that the spirits in a Civil War building are from the Civil War. It could be somebody from 1999, blasting Bop from Hanson, and that's their trigger. That's their trigger thing, So asking these questions will help you be able to pinpoint who you're talking to as well. And then once you're able to do that, then you can explore more topics surrounding it. So yeah, that's kind of what I like to do in terms of avoiding those more difficult topics. So and we really want to make sure that we're starting to create that even exchange with the spirit as well. So really trying to veer away from the one-sided topics or the one-sided conversations where it's always the investigator asking about them and that sort of thing. So something to keep in mind. I think once that trust is built, I think you're able to talk about more things. But again, I like to veer on the safe side and let the spirit bring in that topic of trauma, but that's just me. So, yeah. So if anyone has any questions, I'm keeping an eye on the chat. If anyone has questions they would like to ask, this is going to be the time. Otherwise, I'll just kind of keep, chatting and everything. But yeah, if anyone has any questions about, trauma in the paranormal or bringing up that topic of more difficult topics in the paranormal and that sort of thing, let me know in the comments. I'm keeping an eye on the comments, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have. I can also share, and otherwise I'll just share some more stories of using the more lighthearted topics to have a more productive investigation. I think what it all comes down to is also what's your intention by the end of the investigation? Is it to get that compelling evidence that will prove the existence of ghosts? Or is it to be in that historical space where people once lived? Is it to make a connection with spirits? I think looking into intentions as well. I know for me, when I go into a lot of haunted spaces, I'm going in to more so investigate the claims and see if they measure up. Not that the spirit has to perform for me at all. It's nah. Because a lot of times when I go to these haunted locations, I don't experience the mainstream activity. Like, for example, if a location is reported to have shadow figures, I probably won't experience the shadow figures, but I may hear a disembodied voice, that kind of thing. Which then tells me that maybe the activity is more intelligent than residual. You never know. So you can still go in there with, I don't know if lighter topics is the right word, but non-traumatizing topics. And you can still get that compelling data and that compelling evidence. And maybe you are able to trigger certain activity, certain types of activity with, conversations that would line up. Yeah, so those are pretty much my thoughts on that. So I think ultimately, because we're going into the spirit space, we're going into their space. A lot of times we're going into their home, their workspace, their space of existence. I think that we paranormal investigators should start going in as guests. Like we are guests here, and I think we need to take more of our social cues from the spirits or just from the context of the space, instead of just kind of going in and taking charge all the time, because I think that could also explain why, you know, there is a lot more aggression sometimes from these more popular locations. Yeah. So, like I said, if you have any questions, feel free to put them into the chat on Facebook. I'm definitely all ears. I'm more than happy to answer any questions, but also take a look at any curiosities, or if you have any comments. I would love to hear from you all with your investigation methods. You know, how does it go? I've heard a couple stories after giving this talk where people have shared, you know, their more lighthearted things, you know, and also it reminds me, you know, how a lot of times people will pick up EVPs when they're not doing an EVP session, but they'll pick up the EVPs when they're talking to their fellow investigator, or they're eating dinner, or they're talking about something more lighthearted. And they'll get their EVPs there. I think that is a big indicator that, you know, perhaps the spirits don't want to talk about that heavier stuff, at least not all the time. I think as we build more rapport with, you know, the spirits and whatnot, I think we are able to earn that trust. Spirits seem to respond more when it's conversational. Yeah, yep, agreed. And unfortunately, like with TV, we see a lot of trauma being used as an investigation method. Like essentially bringing up, you know, some of the hardest, most difficult things in a spirit's life when they were alive, and it's like, let's talk about that. Chris, 90% of my investigations are based off common ground. Speaking about everyday situation often gets reactions back. Yeah, yep. One of my favorite stories that I heard was from somebody in the field. They're telling me about how they were talking with their team members about what type of pizza that they wanted to order for, you know, because, you know, us investigators, you know, we basically live off of Red Bull coffee and pizza and, you know, pretzels for me, you know, when they're in the investigation field, and they literally caught this EVP that said, I like pepperoni, you know. It's like, okay, you like pepperoni pizza, awesome. But if that's like the compelling data that we're going for, I mean, that's it right there. That is totally it. It doesn't come from, you know, tell me how you died. You know, I'm being dramatic like certain people on TV. You know, I'm trying to recreate that. But yeah, I think it's so interesting, and I love and I really love like going out on the investigation field and trying to talk to spirits, because you never, I mean, to me it's like making a new friend, but I will never bring up with a new friend, like ask them about, like if they say in passing that their parent passed away, I wouldn't be like, tell me how your mom passed away, you know. I wouldn't do that. And if you put the context of investigators that we see on TV, switch out the ghost for a living person, and you will be able to see just how disjointed that interaction would be. You know, I'll joke with my husband sometimes if I come home and he's not in the living room or in the dining room or in the kitchen, I'll say things to him like, give me a sign of your presence, you know, and already that is a bit like, you know, but it just shows how like awkward that can, you know, that whole thing can really be. I do see a question from Denise and Ron about the titles of my books. I have quite a few out now. This is my latest one. It's the Hamptonville Hauntings. It's one of the books I'm personalizing for my Etsy shop right now. And it's the Hamptonville Hauntings. This is my latest book. It came out in September. And so the interaction that I talked about earlier with Gwendolyn and the music, Musetta's Waltz. This is in this book. This is essentially about 4 years worth of investigations at the Trivet Clinic. This is available on Amazon. I also have it available in my Etsy shop if you would like a signed copy. Coffee sounds good right now. If you would like a signed copy, definitely. I also wrote another book called The Brave Mortal's Guide to Ghost Hunting. That is essentially a ghost hunting 101 book. But also, I've had a lot of veteran investigators read it, and they really liked it. It gives you different tips and tricks on how to, conduct a paranormal investigation. But also, if you're doing like the ghost walks, ghost tours, or you're doing a group investigation, there's some tips and tricks on how to have a productive, investigation from there. Then another book I wrote called One Bed Over, A Hospital Haunting. That was the book that I wrote about, the traumatic car accident with the traumatic spirit attachment. So that was a difficult book to write. And I'll put it this way. This was the book that was covered on haunted hospitals. The car accident happened New Year's Eve 2005, going into 2006. I did not put that book out until 2021. So it took about 15 years to really be able to feel comfortable in telling that story. Again, because I was revisiting a very traumatic chapter of my life, and it was scary. It was a bit scary. So Carl says, talk to them like they invited you over for coffee. Yes, that is exactly what, we should do. It's like making a new friend. Like talking to spirits is like making a new friend. Now, I know with my hospital haunting book, with the spirit attachment, that was definitely not a fun one. And then I wrote another one called The Haunting of the 10th Avenue Theater, The Haunted Actor. There's been quite a few books I've written. They're all on Amazon. If you type in my name, Alex Matsuo, they will pop up. They are quite the well, too fast there. They're quite some. There's quite a few interesting books in there, and they're all a little bit different. So, but yeah. So, Denise and Ron, thanks. I quote a couple of your passages often. That's awesome. That's really awesome. I've always, it's one of those things where you always wonder if what you're doing out there is making an impact, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Denise. So, yeah, it's. This whole investigation world is quite an adventure, and I will say that I've met some amazing people, some amazing researchers who are brilliant. I mean, I'm learning something every day from the paranormal investigation world. I'm learning something new every day, and I'm always like, especially on Twitter, I talk to people often on Twitter. I talk to people quite often on Twitter. So, today we were talking about tulpas and egregores and thought forms, and, should we be using the word tulpas? Because, it's a very culturally specific term. And it turned out to be a really fascinating conversation. Good morning, Gary. It's absolutely fascinating. So, and then before that, I was talking about some internet lore, like internet urban legends. Oh, Gary, you didn't write that. Interesting. Interesting, very interesting. So, but this particular topic, not bringing up trauma and paranormal investigations, I'm very passionate about that. And I guess a lot of it is because I've been there. Like I've shared my own traumatic story multiple times. Especially in the past couple years since the haunted hospitals came out and I put out my book about it. You think it would get easier to talk about it, but it ends up being more difficult sometimes, especially if I'm feeling emotionally vulnerable and I'm about to do an interview where it's like, oh, we want to talk about the spirit attachment that you dealt with. It's like, okay, I gotta prepare myself for it. I gotta get amped up and, maybe take an extra anxiety pill. It's one of those things where, I know it gets me feeling a lot of tension. And there was one week in July and August where I was literally being interviewed like by a podcast or a radio show almost every week about the story of One Bed Over, the hospital haunting. And yeah, that was kind of when the light bulb went off of, holy crap, if I'm feeling this terrible about revisiting my car accident, I can't imagine how, these spirits in these popular haunted locations must feel when it's being brought up every night. Denise and Ron said, tulpas are misunderstood. Tulpa is a concept in theosophy, mysticism, and the paranormal, an object of being that is created through spiritual and mental powers. Yep, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And then, of course, we have personal stories are often hard to express. I've been there. I still don't speak of mine often. Yeah, it's hard. And yet, in the paranormal, we expect spirits to share their personal stories often. Especially when you have these more popular locations where there's a new set of investigators coming in every night who haven't heard the stories and want to hear the stories from the spirits. But I just wonder sometimes, it's like, well, how does the spirit feel about that? Like, are they just like, crap, I gotta talk about once again how I died, and I really don't want to, and I'm just going to be silent for now. Or maybe I'll transfer how that night felt over to the psychic on the team and see how she feels, And personally, I find talking about those more difficult topics in the field can be more draining and exhausting. So that's just me, though. All right, so I got a couple minutes left. I want to go ahead and put my contact info up there. If you have any comments or questions or just want to chat, my email is right there. My websites are there. My social media, you can find me at The Spooky Stuff. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm on Amazon. Just type in Alex Matsuo, or type in my name on Etsy, and you'll be able to find signed copies of the book. Any of my books, 3 of my books. And if you want to check out my episode on haunted hospitals, it is season 3, episode 12, where you can actually see my story unfold on the screen. So, yeah. Yeah. So that's pretty much, if there's any other, I'm happy to answer any other questions, but yeah, otherwise, I'll just kind of hang out here and see what happens. But yeah, I definitely want to send a thank you to the Bill of Rights Network for having me here to chat, especially Ron, Denise, and Carl. Thank you so much for, inviting me here to speak, and I really appreciate it. And congratulations on your event. It looks like it's been going really well, and it's pretty awesome. So
yeah, it's actually been really great. We've had one hiccup, and that's been it. So it's great. And I'm sorry, but I left when you first started talking because my grandson needed me across town, and so I ran all the way across town and back.
2 miles.
Town's
nice.
Town's only 2 miles long wide.
Wow, that's impressive
for him. So he's happy. So, but I've heard really good remarks so far about your talk, and thank you so much for coming on. And you're becoming a regular here on the Bill of Rights Network.
Yeah, you are. You bring great information along with you, Alex.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's always fun to come on here.
So I can't wait to hear all the questions that people are going to have when we get into the panel here in a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because here in a few minutes, everybody in the chat room, get your questions ready and type them in.
Otherwise, you got to hear me ask questions that might be not always appropriate. It's after 9 o'clock. I'm allowed to.
Hey, it could get fun tonight.
That's good.
And we only have an hour to do this, so who knows who's all going to show up tonight. So
right.
We're looking forward to this.
Nice.
And hopefully we can keep Katie and Katie keep them on a straight and narrow.
Yeah. Oh, I see her smiling down there.
Ain't going to happen.
I know.
So,
but anyway, we'll take Alex down. We'll put our veterans things up real quick, and then we'll start the panel. We'll see you in a second, Alex.
So here we go. A couple of our charities that we're honoring tonight, the Veterans Haven of Honor. You would go to veteranshavenofhonor.com, and on here is a link to donate. Another one of the things that we want to bring awareness to is the Veterans Crisis Line, dial 988, then press 1 to get immediate assistance. And if not, you can also go to the veteranscrisisline.net for help as well. We're also talk tonight about the Washington County Historical Society, which is www.wchs-org. I gave up. www.wchs-ok.org, and there is a link on there to donate to them. It's the Dewey Hotel in Oklahoma, and it's a beautiful place. And so hopefully we'll be able to get them some help with some of the things that they're doing. And let me see if I can find my PowerPoint again. Okay. And we're also supporting the Veterans Community Project, www.veteranscommunityproject.org. There are 6 locations across the country. The original one being here in Kansas City. So if you guys want to go take a tour of that and you're in the area, it takes about 45 minutes. It's a small walking tour. It's around 89th and Troost. And I've been giving to it for a few years at this point. They got a new one in Longmont, California, or Longmont, Colorado, and St. Louis, and they're building one in Sioux Falls, Oklahoma City, and Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So keep that in mind if you're looking for a small charity that needs your help, and we'll be grateful for anything you give. Check out the charities that we've just shared with you, because they are very small charities that don't get a lot of talk.
Right.
So
that one.
What?
I'm with the phone.
Okay. So I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and I hope you all want to come in and join this panel now. Let's get that going.
By the time the world around us was falling apart, I answered the call. I left and you called me a hero. When I returned, you didn't care. Now you treat me as an outcast? 22. That's how many of my brothers and sisters die each day. 22. Every day I struggle with my demons. Every day is a war that I feel I'm losing. Every day I wonder if I'll be number 22. I fought so you could keep your freedom. The least you could do is acknowledge my existence.
And check out the Veterans Homecoming book there on Amazon for Santiago. And he's a great veteran.
So I can't say enough nice things about Santiago Cirillo.
No, I can't either. And everything. So we might as well get ready to start this panel. Are you ready, Denise?
Are you ready to rumble? I am.
Okay. Here we go. Where's Chris?
Hi, guys. Hey, I got to tell everybody, Santiago Cirillo is the best man I have ever met in my life. I totally love him. He's an awesome guy. Support him. Support High On Nation. You'll love the man.
Exactly. And we're getting set up for, I think it's Wednesday set up. He'll be on the Bill of Rights Network at 2 p.m. every day. Monday.
Sweet. I'm going to have to harass him to get on my show. I love the guy. When we get together, we laugh our butts off.
Oh, yeah. He's fantastic. He's got, and find him on Anchor FM and on Spotify for his High Y'all Nation Motivation series on there. That man does a lot for veterans down
He
there
tries
in
to
the
dub that
Nashville
over to
area.
Facebook when he can, too, but you have to be friends with him to know when it's popping up.
Yeah.
Well, you know, when it comes time for harassment, that's my job. I can harass anybody.
Right.
I just want to say, I just want to thank you all for supporting the veterans and everything that you guys are doing and keeping everybody updated with all the various nonprofit organizations that deal with veterans. I, you know, the suicide rate amongst the Vietnam vets have lowered a little bit. Just I would say probably in this past, I don't know, maybe 16 months. So we must be doing something right. And support your American Legion, support your local nonprofit organizations that support veterans, and just let them all know that we're all here to support them. And I just want to thank you all for I come from a family of veterans and a lot of friends who are veterans. I've lost some very close friends, but thank you. I'll leave it there.
Well, that's one thing this network was created for. Everybody on this network is a veteran or a family member of a veteran or a first responder.
I think it's important that people understand that veterans, a lot of times when people see veterans and support the veterans, they think of Vietnam and they think of a lot of things, but there are a lot of unsung veterans all the way through Desert Storm and a lot of recent situations that have went through an incredible amount of trauma over there. Some of them were good friends of mine. A few of them have came back with lost arms, lost legs from IUDs and a lot of other things. And it's something I think everybody should really pay attention to.
Right.
It's sad when we have to highlight something that's so horrible, but we have to highlight it for good so people know that we're with them 100% and they don't have to take their life. Somebody does care.
That's right.
And if I ever find it again, Rick Rose's video was excellent on the 22. And he did that, well, figure he did it before he died, but he suffered from PTSD really bad. And he fought with thinking of suicide almost every day.
It's a hard job. It's a hard job. And being somebody that never got a chance to go overseas because of a car accident and not being able to finish his Army training, I respect every person that's ever been through any Corps branch because it's not easy to go through all of that. And the only people you can share it with a lot of times is your comrades, because people that haven't been over there don't understand.
Exactly.
I mean, it's that simple.
That's right.
You can tell me the stories, but I can't. I never lived through it, so all I can do is support you.
Even as a spouse of some, Ron never went overseas. He never had. I mean, the only war that happened when Ron was in was Grenada, and we all know that was the Battle of the Beach, and it lasted 3 days. They didn't even get him off the attack base before it was over. So we didn't have anything that happened when he was in. So,
but he still went through the training.
Oh yeah, Ron was a flight line mechanic, so he was working on all that stuff on the flight line that was keeping all the B-52s going down there in Blytheville, Arkansas. You know, and if he hadn't been there, he never would have met me.
Yeah. There you go.
So his battle wounds, you guys get to see all the time. I'm it.
Okay.
We gotta get one more. So as you see, our paranormal team is back from on a break from their investigation.
We're trying to get everybody on the couch here so you can see us.
Rex is going to scooch a little.
I'm going to scooch in there.
Scooch a little bit.
Are we? Can you see us?
Yeah, we can see you.
All right.
You need to turn your volume down. You got feedback.
Yeah, it's on the mic. So give me a second. I'm going to mute and.
But anyway.
Katie, while we're waiting, can you give the website again and the discount code?
Yeah, so if you go to store.supernatural.inc, I-N-K, and it's Paracon 10 is the promo code, and that will be good until Monday at midnight. And I extended it until Monday just because I wanted to put up some of my collection of crystals and stuff like that. So I've been collecting that stuff for 5 years, and it's time to roll them out. We have some really special ones that I believe a lot of people will cherish as much as I have. So,
Rex, we still have feedback on yours.
Still have feedback?
Yeah,
Guys, I got to tell you, and I don't talk. I can't talk enough about this. Supernatural Inc. and the boxes they make are amazing.
Thank you, thank you, Chris.
I've ran through all kinds of boxes, and the
Do you
ink box
still
I
have
still
it?
can't explain it. It's one of the best experiences I've ever had. So I think you and Katie do wonderful work, and Brandon works with you now. You do wonderful work. I think more people should pay attention to you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you. We work really hard. Let me tell you, we have been, we've come a long ways. We never thought it's, you know, I can't take credit for it. I have to give God all the credit for everything that, you know, just working his will. And
I think I met Katie 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago. He had just created the God helmet.
The ghost helmet, yes.
Yeah, the ghost helmet. And it was it looked like a Transformer helmet, but I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And he was talking about building his boxes. So we bought that first ink box, and Joel and I have had a phenomenal experience to the point to where it scared Joel, and he had to sell it. So I had to buy it off of somebody else back.
What box was it again?
The ink box, the big boom box.
The original.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So how long ago was that when you bought that?
God, it has to have been 3 or 4 years ago, I think.
Okay, so more than likely your box is probably because I used to do demos of everyone's boxes, and they're on our YouTube, and I would get the most bizarre responses as I'm going, you know, as I'm demoing these boxes, and so there still is a window man. I call him Window Man because he came through while I was doing a demo. And I would, you know, I'm not going to go back and edit anything. I just keep everything in there. So there might be SHIT every once in a while, but it was so profound that came through. There was, and you could tell when it's Window Man because he has like and he sounds like he's Greek or something. And
we got one called the Reverend, and he would identify with things that nobody should know. He would share things about my life that I didn't tell anybody about, or something that happened where I was only in the room.
Yeah.
And so forth. And he would carry on full conversations with us. I've never had a box that literally carried on full conversations.
Well, that's what happened to me with Window Man. And I said, how do you know that? Where are you? He said, at your window. And I was like, yeah, you better be outside. And he goes, yes, Mrs. Katie. And I was like, oh. And I said, well, what kind of music do you like? He said, Adam Prescott.
Yep.
Look him up. And he's and I like reggae music.
Yep.
And he is a reggae singer. Not lying. I looked it up. It's phenomenal.
Yep.
It's awesome.
Well, that's just like your this, right?
Yep. Yep.
I had it up here at this house. I told Denise about it and everything. I was up there the other day, me and Pastor Gary.
Yep.
Filming. Okay, this runs frequencies through radio stations.
Yep.
On the FM.
Yep.
Okay. How often are you going to hear the F word come out of an FM radio station?
Yep.
You're not, right?
No. I mean, no.
I got a video, a 2-minute video on my phone here. I can show you that we had this going, and I'm walking around the house and start to go up the stairs when it said the F word, plain as day.
We had the box at a prison in Kentucky, and we were up in the isolation ward where the psychiatric area was, and I was right outside where they brought them out to see their psychiatrist or whatever. And Joel and a person from Ghost Sisters were walking back into the psychiatry area, and something pops up right off the bat with cuss words and says, tell them to get the F out. So I'm going, okay, well, you're going to have to be more specific so that I know that this is real. He said, I'm looking at a woman and a guy and tell them to get the hell out of here. They don't belong here. So I said, guys, something's telling you to leave. And she moved in further, and he literally says, look, tell the BICT to get out. right now.
Oh.
So I warned them, and Joel proceeds further, and she turns around, and he says, "I don't want that effing guy there either."
Wow.
So I say,
guess he
I'm
knew what he
working
wanted.
on it. I warned him, and he says, "I know, but you need to warn him further." So I'm carrying on a full conversation in this person that I've never seen a box do.
Yeah, we've gotten some pretty interesting, and we test all of our boxes.
Yeah.
I personally, well, KD tests them as well, and then I personally test them for several hours. Sometimes depending on the box, I mean, I'll test them for a couple days. I'll just let them sit and run. I'm not making communication. I just kind of let them sit and run, and sometimes things will come through. I have a diary, so I've wrote down things that have come through, and one of the profound things that came through recently was my sister-in-law had she is, I guess, like an ex-sister-in-law, but I still look at her as family, and because everybody still gets along, and I was actually testing the original ink box, like the one that you said that Joel got rid of. Yeah, well, I was testing one of those, and she passed about 3 weeks ago, and I don't want to go into great detail because I just started bawling. I couldn't believe what came to the. I walked inside and handed the box to KD, and I said, I got to stop for today. I can't test anymore today.
But your creation is a lot like I just always talk about it because it's his box, and he'd probably laugh about it because when we first met each other, he'd get irritated with me because I've never been much on spirit boxes. But his box is kind of like Lori. I didn't believe in them until we got this box. I just simply didn't believe in any of them because of my audio background, and of course I'm logical with everything that I see. But I can't explain his box. I simply can't explain it. It's amazing.
Well, I'm sure he would be very humbled happy to hear that. He's so tired. We've been working, and he was like, we've been here at work all day. Can you go on the panel? You'll be fine. And he's like, I just got to relax, and yeah, because he's been training me on how to make the microcoms, because I could do the ink box S's, I could do the original ink boxes, I do the static nodes. It's the Nanocom X that I'm learning how to do. And our new 2023 Supernatural Ink box will be the plasma box. So that will come out. That's Supernatural Ink Paranormals 2023. Ghost box is the plasma box, and once we we'll do something with Brandon or something on one of his shows.
Whatever.
We'll figure it out.
We'll throw that guy in there.
You guys already see, if you guys watched 28 Days with Jeremy Leonard, and
I wasn't on that either.
Well, Brandon with Psychic Brandy Marie, and 28 Days or whatever. The equipment that they used on there. I bought that for you.
I know you did.
I'm glad you didn't forget it. He's a nerd. Anyways, there's nothing wrong with that.
I love Bob Ross.
But I'm sorry. Dang. What was I saying? I forgot. I get distracted.
Okay, so question for everybody. What random bobblehead do you have at your house? We're already done.
I don't have
Bob Ross.
And how many of you were even around while Bob Ross was still doing PBS TV?
What do I got here?
Brandon?
I was.
I was. I remember watching them.
I think that's the closest thing I got.
Oh,
nice.
Oh, that's cool.
So, Rex, how's everything going up there at the YMCA?
Big sexy Rexy.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah, man.
It's actually been going very well. The groups are split up amongst floors. We've basically been down on first floor because I can't do the stairs. So, but we were playing Go Fish in the back room there and had the necrophonics on, and one person would play the spirits hand of cards, and they were telling us what card to pick out, who to pick it from, telling you to go fish. And then they started getting nasty at one point because they were losing. So they were using some colorful metaphors towards the end of the game, but it went really well. We
played hide and go seek.
Yes, we played hide and go seek. But the funny thing is, our first game of hide and go seek, I decided I'd go hide. So I went and I actually curled up underneath a table. I'm down there waiting, and they're walking out. Oh, the next group's coming down. And I'm like, okay, I'm underneath this table. All 6'7" of me and 300 pounds going, they ain't going to find me down here. They just walked away.
Well, it wasn't a coffee table.
No, it was an end table.
Oh, my Lord.
Do you want to talk about impressive?
Yeah.
And nobody got a picture of that?
Right?
Nobody knew where I was.
Oh.
How did you get folded up to get under there?
It was a miracle, I think.
How did you get out of there? That's the bigger question. How did you get out?
It's a table in one piece.
That is a trade secret. And the spirits did help me get out from underneath there because I didn't think I was going to get out.
Did one of them pinch your ass?
Hey!
Stop now. I'm about to try to drink my coffee here.
No spit takes.
I'm sorry, Katie, but you already know I'm going to say stuff that will make the coffee come out your nose.
Yes, you will.
Oh, I do want to say one thing before we embark on this 3-ring circus. I know we were focusing a lot on veterans, military veterans and their trauma, but let's not forget law enforcement and first responders too.
Yes.
They are veterans, and they also suffer from some trauma too. So whenever you're thinking about veterans, just include them.
Yes.
I do. I mean,
Well, I know you do. I was just, just
I do too.
to put it out there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
And,
Yeah, buddy.
That blue line is sometimes the only thing between us and a lot of other crap that we don't want to deal with.
Yep.
Exactly.
I still do it to this day. I mean, I may not be active, but I would still give up my life to save other people.
A lot of
I
law
wouldn't think
enforcement
twice about it.
puts their heads on the line that most people in every branch that most people don't realize. They really don't. I mean, I put respect out to all of them. ATF, all marshals.
Homeland.
I know some Texas Rangers, regular police
Homeland
officers.
Security.
Yeah, Homeland Security. A lot
Not
of people.
TSA. Not TSA.
No.
It's just amazing what a lot of them do, and we just don't understand it. Unless you're in the thick of it or you go visit them where they talk about it. I mean, a lot of them aren't allowed to talk about some of this stuff. The higher up you get, you don't talk about it.
Yep.
But they really do put their butts on the line, even when they have an office job, and do a lot of things to keep us safe every day, and nobody knows it.
That's right.
But that's the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be nobody's supposed to know it. And the minute that it starts interfering with our daily lives is usually the wrong. It's going to get political, but yeah, the minute that they start interfering in our daily lives is when we really notice what's going on. So,
Exactly.
but
Well, that's all it is political. Now.
yeah, it is all
FBI
political.
and DOJ.
So, but we're not getting political. So
No.
Go back
Be
in your
careful-
hole, Ron.
Be careful now, because technically I'm contracted out by the FBI right now. Technically.
I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
He said, "Oh, I'm sorry."
That's all right. They have me on a very thin leash and they might fire me because they know my opinions anyway. So,
well, You know,
let's talk about some ghost stuff.
Maybe we should have played our opinion thing first before we started all this.
Yeah.
So,
The opinions expressed by me are always right.
So Denise, what kind of questions you got for this great panel in front of us?
my first question is going to be.
I have two.
Let's go with.
What's your favorite equipment?
No.
Yes. What is your favorite equipment?
Anything
Mine's-
Supernatural Inc. Okay, that's my answer.
Hey, I love it.
Yeah, I already answered.
Mine's the paranormal puck. There you go.
I'm gonna do this. I gotta do this now. I gotta wipe my nose off.
That static,
that
that static thing's pretty interesting. I think I'll probably buy one of those off you guys.
Pinocchio,
Yeah.
you know I'm kinesics now. I'm behavior analyzing every single one of you right now. I'm kidding. I'm tired. I'm too tired for all that.
I'm gonna get under that end table with Big Sexy over there. Me and him are gonna get under that end table.
You know what?
Honestly, if
That's
you get into equipment, though, I would say the best thing that I like on an investigation is intuition alone. Observation and intuition works the best. Even if you have the best box or you have anything else, keeping your eyes and ears open and observing the situation is probably the best tool you'll ever have.
Do you guys keep a log? I do. I keep a log.
Yeah, I take notes throughout the whole investigation. In fact, I irritate people sometimes because I'll pull out a little notebook. I'm old-fashioned, so just put a little note in there, here and there.
Yeah.
Sometimes a piece of paper and a pencil are the best things you can have.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot to be said about like an old school crappy digital recorder. You know, the crappier the better. It seems sometimes. Just
You're seeing a lot more of the cassette tape players being used.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
I
still
have
carry one on every investigation, a little miniature cassette tape. Yeah.
I have one of the big ones.
Yeah.
I used to carry a big one. I used to have a reel-to-reel, believe it or not, that I used.
You must think it's cold
Just heavy.
up there.
It is cold in here.
How cold is it?
I can take you to a house up here where we're going to be investigating that right now you would freeze. A glass of water would freeze in there.
Oh,
Right now,
yeah,
in this
yeah.
building,
What
it's-
they have those heated vests if you could afford one. I'm just saying.
Your sister's
Oh.
got one.
Hot hands. I use my hot hands all the time.
I
Yeah.
use it when I'm out deer hunting.
Right.
Alex, you're talking too much down there. Alex, you're talking
Totally.
too much.
And Anna's being too quiet.
That's because I can't shut up. That's why he's
Don't
married.
listen to
Brandon,
him.
Brandon,
Don't
you
listen to
hush.
him.
You hush. We use you know what we found is the old voice was it the voice recorder, like the when people used to leave a message on an answer machine. We use those
Like the
sometimes
old-fashioned tape
for
recorder?
recording. Yeah. Yep. Take the
Well,
little
that's an idea. Yeah.
that's we take the insides of them out, and just trying to test them and see because sometimes some of them you can't record. Maybe like we did find one you can record up to like 10 minutes on it.
That's for that stalker message that's left.
Stock.
Well, or the drunk dialing.
Let me tell you, some of them have tapes and some of them are just like analog. They record, and we have some pretty old fashioned ones, and they're pretty interesting.
Right.
We won't put it up there, but Gary asked a question, and I won't get into much detail on it, but because of his past, he asked if he thinks spirits might be slow to respond to him. And my question to you in that process, Gary, would be, do you want them to be slow to respond to you? We all come from different backgrounds, and some of us are more heavy than others. So it bounces back to you a little bit more. How you respond to a ghost is just as important as how the ghost responds to you. So
I would agree with that. It's all about first and foremost, it's about intention setting. Yeah. So
he responds and acts to him as nice as any. He's my co-founder on our team, and I mean, you can't find a nicer person to ask a question on an investigation.
That's true.
Well, and intentions are key because no matter what's in the room, whether it's good or bad, your intentions can both draw things and it can also stop things from happening.
Right.
So-
Can block out
Yeah, it can block
Easily.
everything out. Or if something's there, it can agitate it as well. So intentions are key. And some things, like Alex mentioned earlier in her presentation, some things, they don't want to talk about this crap. They just want to be human. They want to live a normal life like they did in the first place. So sitting down and talking with no intention at all, except for to just talk to somebody like we're talking right now, gets a good response.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, because this house we was at up here, investigating, it's a 2-story 1895 house with square corners everywhere you can turn around. Gary uses his SLS camera about everywhere we go, so I can debunk the corners on door frames and stuff like that. For 2 hours up there, that SLS camera did not pick up a stick figure on any corner, any wall, or anything. That's the first time that's ever happened.
And the other thing I would probably add to it is, and I had a bad problem with this when I first came into the paranormal mainstream world, is don't let your ego get in the way of things too. Just observation and becoming a part of the team and relating with everybody, and not thinking you know more than anybody else, but just observing and learning, and letting them teach you as much as you can teach them sometimes is more important than anything else out there in the field.
That's huge, actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's something we all have to learn, but at least at the end of that, you can humble yourself and say, I had to learn that, and try to express it to other people, because I've seen way too many people just never learn it. And it becomes more of a problem than anything else.
Yeah, it becomes a huge obstacle to you, the person who's got the ego, and a huge obstacle to those who really want to help that person. And sometimes it becomes a stumbling block and we can't get past it. And so,
well, the person with the huge ego never notices it. The only people that suffer are the people around them. That's kind of what I've personally seen.
Sometimes I got to tell you, when I first got into the mainstream, I had a huge ego. Anybody that ever met me, and you guys can laugh about it, it's fine, would say, you know what, Chris is a dick.
Actually, that's how Chris introduced himself to me the first time.
And I was honest about it. I told everybody, and I still tell everybody, hey, look, and excuse my term when I say this, but other people have claimed it. But George Cooney actually said this one time, a long time ago when he first met me, is, you want to meet a real asshole in the paranormal, talk to Christopher Houston. So at one point, I had an ego so high, it was amazing. But through the years, that ego got lower, because I started to realize the more I listen to other people, the more things I'm learning. The more I sit back and just observe, the more fascinating people I'm seeing that go past and actually do what I'm talking about. They dig into the science. They dig into the research. They really look at things, and you can carry on very intellectual conversations with them after you realize this. And there are some amazing people, just totally amazing. Some of them that I've seen start from scratch and work their way up to me being so proud I can say, you know what, I know that person. It may not ever be a big deal, but I know that person. I've watched them grow, I've watched them build, and I've actually learned something from them. So it's a great thing to humble yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I believe also that things in the spirit realm can also sense our vibration and our frequency. And I think that also determines them understanding what our demeanor is and where we're at. On what level are we at on the spiritual realm? How spiritual are we? But there's a lot of factors that kind of go into that. So I'm not just saying that that's just one instance. That's just one theory of mine.
No, but it's a good point, because once you meet, as an example, once you meet me and you get to know me, I'm kind of a funny, nice guy, but I don't come off that way. It took me a while to learn how to do that in the paranormal. Once you come in and you just go, hey, you know what? Just be yourself and have fun. These things tend to respond better.
Yeah. I know we were dancing to Love Shack at the, where was it, Brandon, Anna, where were we?
Oh, we were at the Sally House.
Yes.
I have video.
I have never been to that house. Is that house interesting to investigate?
Not anymore.
Honestly, I would say no anymore, but back then, I really wish Katie and you guys had been able to come when we were there before the
Yeah.
house got cleared of the original spirits.
No desire to go there again.
Well, somebody did a seance on that table because I can look underneath the table and tell if somebody's done a seance or not. And as soon as, and plus where I was sitting at, it was facing east. And so I sat down, I just so happened to sit and I was like, wait a minute, am I facing east? And Signa was like, yeah. So she was talking with a psychic medium that was in a totally another state and said, watch out for look out for east, whatever that had meant.
Well, if
and
you're
I was like,
facing the river, then yeah, you were definitely east.
yes, exactly. And so I looked under the table and I was like, yeah, somebody did a seance on this table. And yeah, I think we need to like lighten up the mood a little bit. So that's
You want me to tell you who? I can tell you who. I can tell you at least one person who did a seance at that table.
Yep.
Sure.
Tim Wood.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
many times.
He also did a lot of other things.
He also did a lot of other things that was stupid, but yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot of balloons with helium and some
Lots of
string and
strings,
different
fish
things.
line.
I'm not going to say anything negative about him because a friend of ours is working with him.
But there's been more than just one person because I can look under there and tell just by looking up underneath the table, and I'm just like, oh, whoa.
Like I said, I can tell you probably 10 people who I know did.
Yeah.
I-
But whatever's in
I
there
wouldn't
is
doubt it.
not what was in there before.
Yeah.
Nope.
And
Not
it
at
was
all.
and it wasn't us, but we did sit at that table a lot. So, like I said, I could tell you stories, but I really wish you guys all could have gotten in there when we were there before it got cleared in August 2017.
Yeah, Carl and Gary know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It was different back then. It's so Atchison is totally different than it was back then.
It was different when we was helping Denise and Ron up there, and we'd be there for 4 hours on Saturdays doing the tours. But we was also up there for some overnight investigations. That house was completely different in the overnight investigation than it was during the 4 hours.
Well, I mentioned that to there's a group up here working with OSU this year that's testing that word cleanse and clean to see if you actually cleanse or clean a house in total, or if it's still there and people just don't know it because the activity dies down. Because one of the theories for years has been some of these things just don't go. You may be able to cleanse or clean it, but eventually if it feels like coming back, it will come back.
Well, it had been tried before thousands of times. The only difference on this occasion was you had the right people that knew what the hell they were doing this time.
Yeah.
That was the difference.
Well,
I think that's a big thing that people don't
That's a huge
understand.
thing.
Everybody tries to cleanse, clean, bless.
Because I didn't believe it either until we saw it.
Yeah, there are old rituals that actually work. That
Well, I mean, there's a lot of Native American history there that a lot of people don't talk about, which I won't get into because I know I've got a big box, filing cabinet of history there in Atchison. But anyways, I mean, the history goes back way a lot further than any of us could imagine. And I don't know how you can cleanse a place and then turn around and have people come in and investigate it. I personally, typically, I don't like to do that. I don't like to go in somewhere after it's been cleansed and investigate it. I don't like to do that. It was cleansed. Somebody tried to cleanse it for a reason. I don't like to go back in there and.
well, theoretically, if it worked, there's nothing there left to investigate anyway.
Other than the fact
Unless the people bring it in with them.
yeah, more stuff has been conjured in that house just because it was kept open, and they don't know what.
I was going to say it's not completely empty. Now
Yeah.
I didn't
it's not
detect
now.
any.
No, it's not completely empty, but Denise was obsessed with this house.
That's a valid thing Carl brings up.
You guys don't know the history behind all this stuff. She was literally obsessed with it. After that happened, no desire. I like going up there too, but after that happened, we've had no desire whatsoever to go back up there again.
Yeah.
I don't have.
Be in the middle of the night doing investigating or looking at stuff on the internet, trying to find any information on that house in the middle of the night. That just.
I
And then
don't
after
have
it got
no
cleared,
desire
it
to go
cleared
there. I
nothing.
mean,
She could care
I-
less.
Carl
I have
brought
no
up a
desire
valid
to
point about
investigate
people
it.
bringing.
Denise
things
could tell
into
you
homes.
exactly what happened. That that we know for a fact that it got cleared because the spirit came and talked to her and said thank you.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I kind of got an idea of what kind of started whatever there, but I'll just leave my opinion to myself.
We got
Yeah, we all have opinions
Yeah.
on that.
I think we should talk about that though a little bit, Carl. Is the fact that people can bring in and create their own energies and their own attachments that follow along with them and so forth, because you can.
Yeah.
You can manipulate this energy, intentional or unintentional, whatever you want to call it. I call it energy because I have a scientific approach, so I think it's connected to everything else, and I think anybody can do it. It's just some people are honed and better at it. Some people are born with gifts. Some people have to learn how to do this. But it is very, very easy to create your own energy that brings something into a room. I've done it. I put it to the test.
You look at the events like what Rex is doing up there. How many people you got at your event up there right now, Rex?
Oh, yeah, there's about 50.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
Wow.
there's 50
Nice.
people up there. You take half of them, 25, that brought spirits with them without realizing it, and the spirit wants to attach and stay there.
Even if they didn't bring it with them. If you put those into control groups, 25 over here and 25 over here, and you allow 25 people to believe one thing over here while the other 25 people are doing something they believe differently over here, you'd be surprised the energy that they bring into a room that draws something right in and sticks with those one or two people that are creating the most energy out of it.
Right.
And those things will follow you.
Yeah, that
Sometimes they're
sounds
scary,
like,
sometimes they're not.
It sounds like the thing that David Glidden did, where he filmed it. He had two locations, one that was haunted, one was not, and they told the people that went to these places that the one that was haunted was not haunted, and the one that wasn't haunted, that it was haunted. Told them this, and they both took it for what it was worth. And only a couple people in the truly haunted location actually picked up on any of the things that were truly haunted. And in the other one, there was people that were overreacting to stuff that was just normal everyday stuff. So, and it's all becomes psychological. And I know Alex has talked about some of this stuff in the past on some of her TikToks and stuff about stuff that people, I guess, conjure on their own. And I think that's what happens in a lot of places is that all the spirits that are truly there were never truly there. They were conjured by somebody else doing a seance in the location or doing something they shouldn't have been doing there.
Well, and that brings to that even brings you to Ouija board sessions, which everybody says is evil. From a scientific view, it's explainable, but the intentions involved in doing a Ouija board session, most people that do it expect evil to happen. If you expect evil to happen, you believe evil is going to happen, your intentions of evil is going to happen, guess what's going to happen?
Right.
Right.
It's just like me and David was talking last night on after his show on here about Ouija boards, spirit boxes, and everything. You look at, how you had to open something and close it. Spirit boxes, anything like that is about the same thing as a Ouija board.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you do in the paranormal is about the same as a Ouija board. Anything.
Exactly.
When you turn on an EVP recorder, if your intentions and you want to see something that is evil or bad, then you either conjure it, create it, or it's going to answer you in the first place.
Exactly.
I will tell you something that's been happening. I've been doing this for a little over 18 years, and just in the past 3 years, what's been occurring with me is spirits coming through for for instance, I'll give you an example because it just happened recently. So just about every event I go to, because our investigative team is Paranormal Task Force, PTF. And so we were just at the Pythian Castle, and So a person came through and it said, "Hello, Mrs. Katie," and that's what I go by, or I'll go by frequency 18, and it's an ITC thing. And I was like, "Who's this?"
Y'all
It's
don't know.
Spud.
It's ITC.
It goes, "Spud," and I'm like, "Spud," and I'm like, "Well, that is a very funny name." I'm like, "So Spud, so what do you like to do?" And he goes, "My name's Charles, actually." And it actually was this woman's late husband. And I would not have known
Right.
his nickname was Spud and his name was Charles. That is a friend of hers ran and got her, and this woman comes in, and all of a sudden Charles said, he said, "Hi, my beloved, I am okay. I heard your prayers. I love you. I'm okay." And that was that. And that's been occurring a lot for me lately.
Yeah.
That's something new. Not, I would say it's, I mean, 3 years. I mean, I don't know. I don't, it's something's transitioning.
You cross the barrier, so to speak.
Right.
You're more open and accepted, and you're starting to accept where you're at. And the moment you do that and you cross that barrier, things are more comfortable with being around you, especially if you have gifts. I've learned this from being around people and studying them and watching them, and I'm learning myself at this point. But you cross that barrier. You're comfortable with where you're at, so now they're coming to you.
Well, and it's when it first happened, it happened to me in Poplar Bluffs at a theater. And you could go back on our Facebook page. I was on Facebook Live, and I had to shut down the Facebook Live because their two relatives came through for these women, and like they started crying. I was like, "Oh my God, like what the heck's going on here?" And then I had to shut down the live because that's like personal, and also, I want to make sure, and I'll know if it's something that's messing with someone, if that makes sense. But it's been very genuine, and it's just been more and more, especially at these events, and it's just so bizarre. That's just something, it's just about every time I do an event, it's like someone's loved one comes through, and sometimes I might miss it because you don't know, like Spud. I mean, I mean, that's so random. Like that was his nickname, was Spud.
But that goes to show about people going to events or going on investigations. They bring spirits with them.
Yep.
Now, luckily, this was a loved one and everything like that. But say you got a bad drug user that goes to an event.
Oh God, that was horrible.
That could bring an evil, and I'm saying evil, I'm not saying demonic, an evil spirit in there. You see what I'm saying? So that just goes to prove more that a lot of locations can be haunted. They might be not very many spirits in there, but once you get a group of people in there, there could be a whole bunch more spirits.
Yeah.
And how many
People
times
do
did
have
you
loved
see
ones
that?
and all kinds of people attached to them. I still have one for years from somebody that passed away that I blamed myself for, and she still pops in from time to time. I've
I
had
have an
many
uncle.
people.
I have
You
an
have an
uncle
uncle?
that follows me from investigation to investigation, and even though he has nothing to do with the location that we're investigating, I guess just because I'm there, he pops up on boxes and.
Is he your spirit guide? Is he like a guide?
I'm still investigating that. I'm not sure if that's the case, but he's around an awful lot, which is a good thing, I think.
I have an uncle, Steve, who is a spirit guide of mine, and he'll come through the box. But it's my grandfather's brother. And I was very close to my grandfather. Like I have all of his ashes. My family sent me all of his ashes when he passed away. That's how close I was with my grandfather. And he's full-blooded Hungarian and Balkan. He was first generation born in the United States. So I'd be the third generation on my grandfather's side born in the United States. But the weird thing is his name is Steve. And then he had a Steve Jr., which passed away in 1980. And I was actually born in 1980, and he had passed away. His son, Steve Jr., passed away in 1980 at the age of 18. So I never knew that. My mother told me that because Steve kept coming through and said, I'm here to take care of you. I'm here to watch you. And I was like, watch me? What you watching me?
Anna, it could just be that that he respects you and he loves you and he wants to follow around with you. I had no idea that this girl, I won't mention her name, but I had no idea this girl was around me. We always have weird things happen. And I just write it off as another ghost, or I've been in it for so long. Oh, that's just another ghost. That's just, don't worry about it. It'll show back up. Until I had talked to Lori and other psychic mediums that pointed it all out to me. And while she was taking the things and moving them around, wanted to let us know she was moving around. And they get very specific. They talked about how she looked, the color of her hair, what her name was, why she's there. And she follows me around because she feels bad for years that I blame myself for the accident. And it's tough for me not to, because I was in love with her, even though I know that I wasn't there and it happened for a reason. So she sticks around and checks in on me to make sure I'm doing okay.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the things that I was always telling people, and in any investigation we go to, I always tell them, it doesn't matter what spirits are in this location. The spirits that came with you could make themselves known at any time. And because you are in a haunted location, a known haunted location, you went on a paranormal investigation, your spirits may come out and talk to you. So don't assume that what you're hearing is from a spirit here, but one that came with you that has a message for you. And, you know, because we hear it all the time. When we were at the McIntyre Villa, we heard some messages that were specific to people that were there, not from the spirits there. You know, it happened at the Sally House all the time. Happens at the Pythian all the time.
Well, and as silly as it seems, it can be vice versa too. They can follow you home, even if you tell them, I don't want you to follow you home. Sometimes these things don't listen. They follow you anyway.
Well, I will tell you, my stepmom is Brazilian. She's from Brazil, and she always tells me, she's like, Katie, she goes, you know how if we say you go out one evening, let's say you want to go out with some coworkers one night, and you guys, go out to eat or whatever, and they bring a friend with them, and the friend is, likes you or whatever, and they want to talk with you and start hanging out with you. She said, there's no difference with the spirit. Yeah.
She's right.
Yep.
And I've learned a lot from my stepmom, and she's my mom. I call her mom.
That's the case. They're just curious, or they see something in you that reminds them of somebody else, or they think you're cool, so they just follow you home for a few days, and it's no harm, no foul.
Right. Well, we've only got a few more minutes left, so I want to ask a question for all of you to think about here. And I'm going to start with, I want Alex to be the first one to answer, though.
Okay.
What piece of advice would you give to a new paranormal investigator?
Be very aware of your bias. Yes. Be very aware of your bias. You going into a location just because, and I mentioned this during my talk tonight, just because you go into a Civil War building, it doesn't mean the spirits you may be talking to are from the Civil War. Same thing if you know about a traumatic event that happened in the location, don't assume that the activity there is associated with that traumatic event. So be very aware of your bias.
How about you, Anna?
I would just say to try to keep an open mind. I know that sounds kind of cliche, but as a intuitive, I had a really hard time with equipment when I first got started, and I'm still kind of getting used to that learning curve. But I find that it helps validate sometimes some things that I'm picking up on, that I get things through the boxes that confirm those things. And so it's started becoming a tool that I've gotten more used to. But I think regardless of whether you have that background or a different background, just acknowledging that this could be a learning experience regardless of where you come from. And that would be what I would say, is just to try to keep an open mind and learn from whoever you're with.
Okay. All Out Paranormal?
Field it. Go ahead.
personally, I kind of echo what everybody else is saying, keeping the open mind about going into locations. And what you were mentioning earlier about the egos. Whenever I go into everywhere, I personally go in going, okay, what can I learn from everybody that I meet? Because you can take away lessons on how to do things. Like one of my favorite paranormal tricks, I don't want to say tricks, but the balloon. I got that from Coyote Chris Sutton before he passed away. And now I watched that spread like wildfire. And just because you don't have psychic abilities, that doesn't mean that you're a nothing, that you can do just as much as the psychic can do.
That's right. I agree. Yeah.
Very well put.
Okay, Brandon, your turn.
Who, me? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you. You're
Hey!
going, Brandon.
I know, right? Wow, where did I go? Intentions. Intentions set the stage for everything. And and I mean, know your intention, not just I'm going to go in here looking for whatever. Know your subconscious, what you're actually looking for, because what you think, on the consciousness and what you're actually looking for in the subconscious, that subconscious is sometimes stronger, and you're going to get what you're really looking for. So know yourself before and know your intentions. That would probably be my best piece of advice for a new individual.
Okay. Katie?
I would ground myself.
You're grounded.
I would ground. Not. I'm not grounded to my room, but I would ground myself. I would say a prayer, but I would walk in and be very observant of the surrounding. Like was said, like when the air conditioning kicks on, you want to be able to be very aware of your surrounding, so that way you're able to understand the sounds of the house or location. If you feel like a cold draft, maybe try to, is that coming from, did somebody open a bathroom door? Does somebody, just be observant. Like, if there's a refrigerator, does a refrigerator kick on? Like, understand the noises of that location, understand the sounds that are on the outside. That to me is a beginning, and also be observant of what's going on the outside of the house. Are there birds flying over the house? Well, if it's wintertime, it might be a little hard to tell, but just being aware of what you can actually see and hear, and that way you could differentiate later on if you take notes or whatnot. So that's kind of how I would. Well, I do that. Right when I go into a location, I want to know, hey, what was that? What was that sound? What just kicked on? How did that breeze come in? How did that temperature decrease when there's 5 of us in a room when it should increase? I want to know, so I'm not saying I go around disputing everything, but just kind of be aware of, windows and the sounds of the house and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay,
Chris?
Well, ironically enough, I'm talking about this in several lectures in 2023, so I will say WLOA. What does WLOA mean? Watch, learn, observe, advance. Take your time doing so. When you go into an investigation, go in with a seasoned team or a bunch of people that you have seen before. Watch, learn, observe, advance. When you go to your next investigation, advance that a little bit further and spend your first year or two doing absolutely nothing but watching, learning, observing, and advancing. Eventually, you'll start registering what works for you, what works for other people. You can start to build off of that, learn your own techniques, and take it from there.
Yep. I agree.
Yep. Carl?
I would tell new people wanting to start a team or become a paranormal investigator is, if you go to an investigation, make sure you have protection before you go into the location. And when you walk into the house, like I said earlier, go in just like they invited you over for a cup of coffee. Don't be provoking the spirits or any of that. I mean, you'll get more information if you go in there like you're going to sit down with them to have a cup of coffee and have a discussion.
So I would say don't provoke other people. You know, because that's going to make it really hard for you to get into any place. And so
I can advance. I can say yes, that's true.
I mean, it's one thing. I mean, I've been on many tours. I've given many tours, and the one thing I don't like when I go on tours is a tour guide that doesn't listen. You know,
What?
Yeah.
Definitely be humble and don't provoke
Yes.
anybody. It doesn't matter whether you agree or disagree with somebody. Listen to what they have to say, because sometimes somewhere along the line, if you start reviewing back in front of it, you'll realize, hey, look, I may not have agreed with all of it, but they do have a point.
Right.
Well, I would like to thank all of
Wait a
you guys
second.
for coming.
Thank you
Is
for
Aaron
having
and
us.
Nick up there with you
Thank you.
guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're somewhere.
You want me to go grab them?
They might like it too much.
Yeah, exactly.
It depends on where you grab them at.
Hey,
I love you, Nick. I want to get him
Remember,
on my
they did
show.
now they're
28 days
waving
by
at her.
themselves.
so
I want to see if
before we
Aaron's froze yet.
before we close out of the show, I just wanted to thank Denise and Carl again for shining a light on the veterans, the small time veterans nonprofits. As a combat veteran, 100% disabled combat veteran myself, you know, if it wasn't for the small mom and pop little veteran organizations, I would be one of the 22. So, you know, $5 to these small organizations is like $1 million. So
It is.
I just really wanted to, definitely thank you guys for focusing on that.
Well,
I'm not crying. You are. Sorry. Got a
that's
little
all
emotional.
right. And I want to thank
Well, you know,
Denise.
big deal.
Denise has put a lot into this last
Thank
2
you.
days.
Yeah,
of
thank you,
creating this
Denise.
Paracon and coming up with the idea. Hi, Irene. But yeah, Denise thought up this deal for the virtual Paracon, and we talked about it, and she has done a lot of work. Everybody signed up.
Oh
on
no!
there and everything.
There goes Iowa.
Oh,
There goes Iowa.
hey! Look at everybody.
Hey.
Seen on TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've seen them before somewhere.
Brandon showed his ring.
Yeah.
Yes, Brandon.
Yeah.
Where,
I
are
get
you
your
guys
autograph?
closed up there yet?
Yeah, you can. $12.
$12. That's cheap.
Those are my work notes.
That's cheap, man.
$49.99.
Your official as seen on TV shirt.
Yeah.
And did you say ass? Did you say ass seen on TV? Yeah, I need mine. Where's mine? So, and Katie needs hers, and Alex needs hers,
Yeah.
and Chris. There you go. We've almost all been seen on TV. So what's the big deal?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a balloon.
Got a balloon.
I see the biggest star of all there, Aaron's little girl. She's so
Yeah.
beautiful.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, sweetie.
hi, cutie.
Hello.
No, you're not anymore.
I just bought my daughter 2 of those for Christmas because she wanted 2 gnomes.
Now,
Well, in the center is a
they're
giant
magical.
gnome right there.
So Aaron and Nick, you're on a panel right now. What would you guys tell a new paranormal investigator to make their life easier?
How would we tell new paranormal investigators?
What would you tell them?
What piece of advice would you give new paranormal investigators?
Follow the passion, man. Follow the passion. Follow the for me, follow the science. Don't follow the TV. Don't follow the money. Don't follow any of that stuff. Do you, and things will come.
Amen.
I'd
Yes,
say
sir.
a new paranormal investigator. Don't take everything at face value. If you get a recording that you think is something, try to think of everything else that happened at that time.
Right.
Was there a car driving by? Was it a hot water heater kicking on or something. Question everything.
And don't listen to a bunch of old people too that's been in the
Yeah.
field for a long time.
Especially
because
guys
we're
that wear
jaded,
shirts like this.
So sometimes we are too old fashioned.
What are you talking about?
Figure out new
What are
things.
you talking about, Sonny?
And the other thing I would suggest you guys is don't play Cards Against Humanity with Nick.
Every time.
Oh, that's we
I'm
gotta do that.
undefeated. I don't know why she keeps bragging about it.
I don't know. My daughter plays that game. She's pretty good at it.
I love that
I'm
game.
undefeated.
First time we played was with Nick. And oh my God, all we did was laugh. And I mean, we were hurting like hell the next morning from we felt like we'd done sit-ups all night.
Absolutely. I love you guys.
Love you too.
Have a
Bye.
good evening.
Nick,
You guys have a great night on your investigation. And I know you guys are going to be live on Bill of Rights Network after this, sharing your investigation. No?
No, we won't.
Too much?
too cold?
No, when the internet's shut.
Okay. No internet. The internet's not good? Okay.
Yeah.
Not for where we're going to be in the
No.
building.
Okay. Well, you guys just have fun and stay safe. And
You look a little cold.
Stay warm.
Honey, where's
A
my
little bit.
hug?
I
It's good to meet you, Turkey.
was gonna say the places we go usually doesn't have air or heat, so
Your daddy didn't teach
Yeah,
you
we
that?
don't have
Yeah.
to worry about
Do this.
So,
okay. Well, I think we need to cut this off because we're over time. And I don't want to take too much of everybody's time. And I want to thank I don't want to get fired. I want to thank everyone for being a part of this event. And if any of you would like to give me any feedback on how this went, please let me know, because this is a new thing for me. I'm learning, and I want to make sure that the next one we do is even better. And so I would like to thank Alex and Anna and Brandon, Chris, all of Supernatural Inc., Katie and Katie, Rex and All Out Paranormal, Carl, and Nick, all the people from yesterday too. Everybody for being part of this, and I appreciate it. And you guys made it so much fun.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you so
in the
much.
comments, watching the shows, send us messages over to the Bill of Rights Network if you enjoyed this Paracon and want to see more of them go on throughout the years when it's available.
And
and I
watch
gotta
Shaman
find-
Sundays tomorrow.
I was just saying, I got to punt. If you're looking for action cameras, there will be special. Look on NICAM or GoSite.com or reach out to Joel Myers. He does have about 30 left for the year, and then we're going into our new project next year. So
Yeah,
contact him.
We
Buy
have
my
3
cameras.
of them. We have 3 of his cameras, and we love them.
They're awesome.
They are.
Thank you. And get an ink box for Christmas.
That's right.
Yes, get 5 ink boxes for Christmas.
Ink box S's. Or the original, whatever you guys want. We have no devices coming, so don't
Well,
forget.
you know, we'll have to have you back on
Yeah,
again,
that's what we
Katie.
might do Tuesday night, Carl. Get the old ink box out.
I think we may
Yeah.
do that. The ink
Let's
box,
do that.
Echo box, Necroponics, all of them.
Or buy some more ink boxes and put them on Thursday.
I think we should go up and heckle Katie and Katie.
And mind you, you can hook any of our boxes to an external speaker. So there you go.
Or use them as an external speaker.
And jump your car.
Yes.
Sure.
And it makes coffee.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're working on one that does toast and bagels.
Yes, that would be
Hey,
we're talking about doing one. We're talking about making a taco machine. Don't get us wrong.
Right. This one is rechargeable.
Well, you gotta have that before you investigate.
Yes.
The batteries last a long time in here too.
Oh,
yeah, that's rechargeable. The Inkbox SS. We're trying to
Paracon
make a
10. Paracon 10, 10%
I
off.
tell you what, you make one that produces energy drinks on demand all night long, and I will spend $1 million on it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, when you get $1 million, let us know and we will take it.
Yeah. If I get $1 million, I'll invest in you.
Yeah. You're right.
Hey, please do.
Water
Please
and
do.
sugar.
Water and
Sugar and
sugar.
drink.
Well, thank you guys. Have a great night, and please
Good night, everybody.
tell your friends about the Bill of Rights Network and all the shows. And we love having you guys on, and we're always here for veterans as well as the first responders. and anybody involved in the paranormal. You know, we're paranormal to politics on this network, so come on out.
PP. We are PP.
PNP, yep.
You gotta go PP.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night,
Thank you,
everybody.
everyone.
Good night, everyone.
God bless. Goodbye.